Good afternoon, disc golf fans. It is playoff time, and we are here in New England at the iconic Maple Hill Disc Golf Course. It's the MVP Open at Maple Hill, round number 1 for the MPO division about to go off for the feature cards. Welcome in now to Tournament Central, Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. You're going to be seeing us all week breaking things down before and after the FPO and MPO rounds. Nate, we're here at Maple Hill. Every year it feels like a special place to come, and no matter what the situation is, it is always a great time to be here.
It's the place to be in early September. I mean, the very first Disc Golf Pro Tour event ever here at Maple Hill, August of 2016. I happened to be here, you know, and it changed the course of my life. It changed the course of disc golf history, I feel. So it really is a special place, and you can feel it in the atmosphere when you show up on the property.
Well, year after year, I mean, they've now partnered with MVP, who has put in a lot of money into this event and this course. We're seeing bleachers pop up all over the place. We're fitting in 2,300 spectators on this Maple Hill course somehow over the course of the weekend. Talk about what it's going to look like for the players as well as the fans out here.
Well, I think that Maple Hill has kind of set the model for not just, you know, a spectator experience as far as the golf, but spectator experience outside of just watching cards play. I mean, the fact that they have all these bleachers set up in different spots around the course, they're pouring beer at the top of the hill, like give coffee as soon as you arrive. All the vendors, you know, dropping new, you know, discs here at this event every year. Good food, you know, good. Just it's like a farmer's market meets kind of music festival meets disc golf tournament.
Well, Nate, I think what you're getting at is it kind of blends the history of disc golf, that counterculture, grassroots element that built this more polished professional side, and they're both kind of coming together as one, and they do it every single year so well. New England disc golf is such a special thing to behold, whether you're a recreational player playing across the street at Pyramids or you're here taking a vacation out to Maple Hill to see it for the very first time. With that said, we had heard from two men who are very important in putting this event on, Jeff Spring and Steve Dodge. Let's take a listen to what Jeff Spring had to say first.
That I've heard a lot of good things about the new MPO on 9, so I know that that's new. We have 3 B pins on Saturday on move-in day for MPO and 2 for FPO, and then a short pin on hole 1.
Hole number 9, the hole 9 last year was basically a par 3.5. And we added an elevated basket and moved the pin closer to the water and called it a par 4. But it was a relatively easy par 4, especially the way the game has grown. Actually, every hole in disc golf over time is getting easier and easier, not just because trees fall down and brush clears out, but because the skills and discs evolve and improve. So hole 9, this is our step at leapfrogging the current status, current abilities of the players and giving them an opportunity to shine or not shine on a hole that's arguably from a 3.5 went to a 4.5. So, and we look forward to doing that to several more holes over the course of time, the next few years, and making Maple Hill, continuing to have Maple Hill be relevant as the players get better and better.
Well, what originally was a really uniquely shaped old school par 4 has kind of been outgrown, and now this new tee pad on 9, Nate, is an absolute monster. Multiple players throughout the week talking about this hole as something that maybe needs to be unpacked over the course of the week. I don't think players are going to have it figured out right away.
No, it's a tough hole to figure out because you need to throw what players are saying is close to a 500-foot shot. I've heard Kevin Jones said that it's 480 up the hill, and you can see it sticks to the theme out here on this front 9. It's forcing you to throw hard through a small gap with danger looming, because if you don't make it to the top of this hill, you don't have a shot at the green. Most players are going to have to try and throw from just short of the hill. Then they have to go up, get the nose back down, which is a really special shot. A lot of players are trying to force a forehand to get that nose down, swing back. We really haven't seen a lot of people this week make it up and over the hill on one tee shot. So to hear Steve Dodge talk about that, I think he hit the nail on the head. It went from maybe a 3.5 to probably going to play closer to a 4.5 this year.
Well, the opening tee shot being a late flipping hyzer flip with a fast driver, even Calvin Heimburg saying he can't throw the eagle on it this year. It's going to be unique, and it's going to be interesting to see how players unpack it, whether it's aggression or conservative play. With that said, another player who had words about hole 9 and really just the rest of the tournament and his season in general was Isaac Robinson, your new world champion. Let's take a listen to what Isaac had to say after this commercial break.
PDGA Event Support Helpline.
Hey, so I'm setting up the most epic event of all time, and I'm wondering, do I need insurance?
As long as the event's in the US or Canada, insurance is included with your sanctioning agreement.
Okay, awesome, because we're trying this cool new thing where we have an alligator pit on the 18th green. It's gonna be epic.
Insurance or not, I don't think having literal death putts is a good idea.
Okay, I'll consider it. Oh, no, boy, no!
Are you still there? Oh God, are you still there?
With a smooth, clean shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Oh man, I'm down by 2 with 2 holes to go. It's the hole 8 island. I need this birdie. I need this. Should I use my last 2 driving chips? Or should I save them for the final tee shot? Or maybe I'll just use one now. Maybe I need to save one for the next drive.
Time delay, dude. That's a courtesy violation.
That's a stroke. You're down by 3 now, Potty Matt.
Welcome back. You are watching Tournament Central. The MVP Open is happening this week on the Disc Golf Network. And if you're not already subscribed to the Disc Golf Network, you can subscribe today and use the code MVP Live, all one word, at checkout for a free month subscription to the Disc Golf Network. Just scan the QR code or hit the link in the YouTube description to subscribe today to watch the rest of the Disc Golf season live as it unfolds. So many good events coming up here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, wrapping up this 2023 season. One of those events coming up is the U.S. Women's Championship in Burlington, North Carolina. And someone to talk about that is the PDGA's own Hayden Henry. Hayden, talk about this major at a brand new course out there in Burlington.
Yeah, great deal, first of all, with the DGN to catch the end of this incredible season and what it's been so far. And that continues next week at the USWDGC. Really excited. A record field again. We have FJ8 all the way to FP80 signed up to play along with the FPO. Everyone's there. Another major, Kristen going for the season Grand Slam and so many other great storylines. So registration closes tonight at 8 Eastern, so you can still get in and play, or you can grab a spectator ticket and come watch the action in person.
So much disc golf to watch, and really, if you go to Burlington, North Carolina, you'll find yourself immersed in some beautiful East Coast woods golf. It's shaping up to be a really exciting event. With that said, let's zoom into this week, and today, most specifically, you were walking around doing interviews out there all day today. What have you been hearing from the players down on the ground?
I mean, this place is just buzzing, and what a beautiful day on a beautiful property. The spectators are, piling in, running out of parking spots already. It's Thursday, so we got 3 more days to go. The action was great. Evelina, what a great opening round for her this morning, and the scores right now in the MPO that are on the course are hot. Yuleberry with an ace, Nico with an ace. Like, things are popping off, and it's only Thursday at Maple Hill.
It does not feel like a Thursday, that's for sure. A player that's hoping to treat it just like any other day on the disc golf course is your new world champion, Isaac Robinson. We heard from Isaac earlier in the week. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
I'm going in with the same mindset. I want to play my best and I want to perform at the level that I know I'm capable of. So there's always that desire. It never really goes away to just play your best. And I definitely feel a little bit of pressure to just kind of keep it up, but overall, I'm just trying to be out here, trying to place as best as I can. I think it feels about as good as it's ever been. The putts feel great. Everything inside the circle feels really like almost automatic. The drives, I feel like I can put it exactly where I want. 99% of the time. And so it's feeling great. Like I said, the forehand's feeling good. So I think all around I'm feeling pretty solid for this week.
Pretty solid race between me and Isaac for Pro Tour points to finish the season. I was doing the calculations in my head. I need to get top 4 if he misses the top 10. So the only way where I don't win is if I win and he gets second place, I'd still lose Pro Tour points. But I think that's kind of a friendly battle we have going on. We've both only played this course once in tournament before, and that was obviously last year. I think Isaac ended up getting last cash, and then I had a chance to win the tournament. But he always talks about, I played terrible at Maple Hill, but I'm like, I don't think that's what it was. I mean, I don't see a reason why he couldn't play really good here. So I think it just really depends on the weekend how you're feeling, because there's a lot of bonus birdies out here, and so if you're throwing really good tee shots on the par 3s, considering I think there's 13 of them, there's no par 5s in this course. So I think if you're throwing your tee shots good in your par 3s and just kind of staying away from like the dumb mistakes, simple things just like making the island on hole 8. That's really important. That's a fairly easy hole you want to be getting every single round. And I know with the different pin positions on 1, 2, and 3, we're going to be wanting to get those as well. But I think just limiting the bogeys, because the birdies can be sometimes hard to come by, especially with a lot of these really tough par 3s.
And as we take a closer look after hearing Gannon talk about the standings, Gannon's good buddy Isaac Robinson ahead of him right now. There's an opportunity for Gannon to jump him this week, as he said. Nate, I think for a long time people were thinking Gannon Buhr was going to be a generation-defining athlete that no one else close to him was going to be able to touch. But now people are arguing that Isaac Robinson might be the best player in the world right now, and he's playing with absurd confidence. Is this the next coming of Ricky and Paul, Gannon and Isaac Robinson? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question, Brian. And I think that our game is it's changed so much. I think with the Ricky and Paul era, they really dominated, and that's not something that's too common in the world of golf. I mean, of course, we had an athlete like Tiger Woods who seemed to dominate for almost 2 decades, but outside of that, there aren't really athletes that dominate because of the nature of our sport. And I think that disc golf is starting to get there, where we're not going to have just a couple players dominating. It's going to be a week-to-week, tournament-to-tournament basis. And Gannon showed up big at the major last October, USDGC. He took it down. Of course, he's won several tournaments this year. Isaac showed up at the right times. He got hot and didn't miss a line, didn't hit a tree at the Champions Cup, and then, of course, got hot at the right moment at Worlds. So comparing them to the rest of the field, it's hard to do, because I still feel like there are 12 other guys that can compete on their level. It's just about who's in that flow that week.
Well, I think you're right in saying that. It's just comparing apples to oranges. It almost feels like the eras throughout time, Barry and Kenny, they still had great players behind them as well, and then you get up to Paul, Ricky. But now, like you said, those guys have set bars that are so high. We're seeing Kristen Tatar doing it in FPO right now. Everyone is starting to catch up, and now these young players have only studied these guys growing up. And now we have Cole Radallen in the mix. We have Calvin Heimburg. We have Eagle McMahon, who's still extremely young, and we think of him as a veteran of the game. He's not even close to 30 yet. So you're right in saying that maybe we can't name anybody the next Ricky and Paul, but right now, Gannon and Isaac Robinson are giving Calvin Heimburg that run for his money in the argument of who is the best player in the world right now.
Yeah, and what's big and what we're going to key in on is those strokes, Brian, because of course we've mentioned it a few times, is the strokes you're going to get at the Tour Championship at Nevin are huge. So Calvin looks like, is he a lock for first place? So the battle between who's going to get those strokes so second place gets 5 strokes, okay? Third and fourth get 4 strokes. So if Gannon can jump Isaac, get a stroke over him, that's going to go a long way when we get to that second round at Nevin.
Well, we have to zoom in on the course that we're playing at too, which is Nevin, which is if you get an extra stroke advantage in those first 2 rounds for that format of the Tour Championship, that's insurance against a nasty tree kick that could kick you into oblivion. And out there, that is priceless. I know, like, it's way different than what we've done in the past with even like the round buys giving to certain players of a certain seed. But I really am excited to see every single player forced to compete at Nevin and hopefully put those extra strokes to the test. With that said, we are going to take a quick commercial break here at Tournament Central. We'll see you on the other side. We're talking Calvin Heimburg. We'll see you then.
Whether I'm on the course or behind the camera, there's one thing driving me forward: the shot. The shot that no one else thinks about or would even dare to try. The shot that people will remember, that tells a story. For me, that's what disc golf's all about. Introducing the time lapse, the first 12-speed featuring gyro over-mold technology, and the first disc in the Simon line. Coming soon.
A round of disc golf can be long, and if you're playing in a tournament, it can feel like a marathon. This can leave you physically and mentally fatigued by the end when your shots matter most. With space for your discs, water, and even a place to sit, a cart enables you to bring what you need, helping you feel more prepared and energized without carrying the extra weight. This can help you maintain your edge and save you strokes through every round.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
And welcome back. Calvin Heimburg has been your number one player on the tour for pretty much the entire 2023 season, but he's not been in the talks when it comes to be major time. Nate, what can we say about Calvin Heimburg at this point that hasn't already been said? He's clearly the best player in the world, but he hasn't really been able to close when it really mattered.
Yeah, I would love to unpack the mind of Calvin Heimburg, because it seems like there is a theme, but then again, it is still such a small sample size, because he has showed up at the USDGC in that pouring rain round. He nearly caught up to Chris Dickerson to nab his first major, fell just short. But since then, it seems like there's been a recurring theme where he's either lost the putt or kind of, struggled in the final round even. So I have to imagine, even for a guy as solid as Calvin is mentally, that he has a little counter in his head going, okay, like 4 or 5 times you failed now on the big stage. So is there something? It's hard to say. He's definitely still one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, is it just a coincidence that it just so happens that he shows up and doesn't take down the victory? Like you said, I don't think anybody is guaranteed anything in the MPO division right now with how deep the talent pool is. If you look deeper than this, the top 10 here in the point standings, you see so many household names, so many talented players that are absolute killers outside of the top 32, struggling to make it into the Tour Championship. It is harder than ever to be a solid player out here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And look down the list. Paul McBeth in 20th place. Yes, he went over to Europe and did his thing, but it's just strange to see even Kevin Jones this far down the list. Now we're going even farther. Every single one of these players is a phenomenal athlete.
Yeah, we have a major champion, Corey Ellis, who's not even inside the top 20. It's hard to even fathom that with the majors counting time and a half. And we're looking there at the bottom. Andrew Presnell winning himself a Silver Series this year, just barely inside the top 30. He's on the bubble right now. He has to perform well this tournament to ensure his spot in the championship.
Well, Calvin has been holding on to that spot very firmly, and this could be a huge opportunity for him to really close the door at the end of this Disc Golf Pro Tour season in the playoffs as we move into the majors. There's someone right there in the mix that has been there for seemingly forever, and that's Ricky Wysocki. He is still, after all these years, 4th place in the standings. He's battled injury, he's battled sickness, he's battled everything to stay where he is right now. what does Ricky Wysocki's legacy look like to you right now? Maybe if he stops playing disc golf in a hypothetical world, what does that legacy look like for Wysocki?
Well, I mean, Rick is absolutely a shoe-in for the Hall of Fame. I believe he won his first major in 2014 when he was pretty much unheard of, and he's been a presence ever since. Now, we haven't seen Ricky show up at a major championship since his last Worlds, I believe. 2017 was his last major, and he's another case where you just have to wonder, like, is that now something that he's overthinking? Because he's still been dominant at Elite Series and Silver Series. He's won over 10 events since his last major. So is there something in Ricky's mind similar to Calvin's that's kind of putting a block in the way? Are the moments getting too big when the tournament has an M next to it?
Well, like we talked about earlier, him and Paul McBeth had targets on their back for a decade straight, and still, even up till this year, I mean, at this point, maybe with the Lyme disease causing some inconsistency in his play, maybe it's starting to lessen, but people still see Ricky as one of the guys to beat every single weekend. So I wonder if it's going to take him breaking through and kind of getting to a new level like some of these young players are having to do for the very first time. You and I can only speculate. We haven't come close to the amount of success that he's had on the disc golf course or the longevity, which is something phenomenal as well. A player that, I guess when we talk about longevity, that maybe scares us is Eagle McMahon, who is already on track for being one of the greatest players of all time, but he's given us some scares in the past. He seems to be feeling good. He put on quite the show out there at Prince Edward Island. He's another one of those players that if you look at recent statistics, he could also be in the argument for best player in the game right now.
Yeah, he certainly could. I think that some courses match up with Eagle's play style a little bit better than others. He had such a fun time, and what a joy it is to watch a player like Eagle play when he's playing those 500-foot towering hyzers over everything, such as that shot on 9 back at Rose Valley. And what a battle he had with the world champ. That incredible 6-hole playoff. I mean, birdieing every hole. There were no pars or bogeys to push that playoff, Brian. I mean, I feel like the longest putt was 22 feet.
What was incredible to watch as I called that playoff was I knew that neither of them was going to miss hole 1. They went 6 for 6. They played 3 rounds in the tournament, 3 rounds in the playoff. They never missed that hole. I knew it was going to come down to 18, but there's a different set of pressure on that. You interviewed him after his victory. He said throwing those same routine shots over and over again has this weird psychological stress on the body. He was able to outlast Isaac Robinson. And again, you look at the UDisc World Rankings currently, they have Eagle listed as number 1 right now, which probably is factoring in more recent performances. But since his DNF at Portland, gotten no worse than 4th place, and just recently grabbed the victory here at Prince Edward Island. Looking forward to seeing how he does here. He had some words to say about his performance here at Maple Hill this year. Let's hear what he had to say. How much of an adjustment has it been to throw with kind of a different arm slot, so to speak?
It's definitely been somewhat of an adjustment. Just looking at my technique from a year or two ago, definitely a lot more whip in the shoulder. I really had my wrist behind my elbow, a lot of lag in the forehand, and just with what happened with the situation with my labrum, it's just there's not that stability there right now. So I'm really focused on keeping everything packed at the moment before any sort of potential procedure in this coming off season to get back to close to 100%. So right now, I'm not at 100%, but I'm learning to manage with what I got and trying to adapt to the tools I have. And so far, the latter part of the year, I feel like I've done a pretty good job, and I still believe that there's plenty of room for growth.
It's always so exciting to get to the playoffs now. We have so many players, including Eagle McMahon, in the argument now for best player in disc golf. And now the different platforms, Statmando, PDGA, UDisc, all having their own opinions and different algorithms to determine who's the best. And it's interesting to see some parity in regards to that. With that said, we have to talk about the local hero. Simon Lizotte lives just down the road from this course and just played in the Glitch World Championships, getting beat by Landon Brooks, phenomenal young player. Simon has been having an interesting year so to speak. Some performances look absolutely incredible, and he looks unstoppable. Some performances look a little unfocused. I think he's mentioned openly that he's felt a little unfocused this year. I think just the weight of everything that's been going on with his career, his personal life, has mounted to quite a bit. But what can you make of this, and what do you think his chances are of taking down the victory this week?
Well, Simon just is doing things a bit different than the rest of the tour. I mean, this is just his 15th PDGA tournament this year, so I believe that's the least amount that anyone played to even qualify to play here at Maple Hill. So, you know, he has a child, he has a wife, he has a home, and his life has just taken such a different turn than most of these, 18 to 22-year-olds that are out here. As far as his chances, I think his chances are as good as anybody. I would say that the performance at Deglow is up there alongside the Robinson performance at Champions Cup and Worlds, like for the quality of play. I mean, the 30 under par at Toboggan, at the new layout with all those extended birdies, I think that those are the highest level birdies that we have so far out here on the tour, and he just dominated a field that really struggled out there. So Maple Hill is a similar style of course where the quality of every birdie is up there. I mean, you can't just come out here and accidentally birdie some of these holes. So Simon knows his place as good as anybody, and like he said, he's just waiting for that next miracle, Brian.
Well, we did talk to Simon earlier in the week as well. Let's take a listen.
I mean, Deglow was a dream. I felt like that was one of the wins I felt like I really earned, and I played super well to get there. Worlds was a bit of a roller coaster. I didn't really find my putt at all the entire week, so it was a bit frustrating. I had so many chances. I mean, behind like the top three, it was so close, but like between 15th and 5th place was just a couple of strokes. So it could have really gone either way when you were in that mix. But no, overall I was throwing super well. One of my better finishes at Smugs ever. So I think I'm still trending upwards, even though 11th place, it's good, but it didn't feel great.
Taking a look at some scores, Simon Lizotte currently 1 under opening his day here at Maple Hill. We'll just have to see how he shapes up here. It's a beautiful day at Maple Hill for round 1. It's playoff time, baby. Early leaders. Evan Scott has been such a shredder in the woods. 600 through 10 holes right now. Andrew Marweed, Luke Taylor, Joel Freeman right behind him with Aiden Scott. And with that said, we have MPO action coming down the pipe right now. We got our feature cards about to go off. We're wrapping up Tournament Central. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. We'll see you this afternoon, folks, for a wrap-up.
I'm super stoked about my new bag line. I'm actually still rocking the very first Voyager Pro I got when I joined MVP over 2.5 years ago, so I'm stoked to get some new bags and some personalized ones just for me. We got 3 awesome colorways picked out. The James Conrad World Champion patch right on the front is such a cool touch to me. It's kind of reminiscent of the artwork on the stock Nomad. It'll be an awesome chance for fans to support me and to rock some new colorways on the Voyager bags with this release.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines in NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
welcome to Maple Hill. Paul Ulibarri on the 8th rings it up for the ace. The 364-foot shot. Hole in one, Paul Ulibarri. And with that, he just won a Furman generator. Take one more look. Bottom of the basket. What a shot by Uli. And welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside Nate Sexton, along with three-time world champ Nate Doss. Man, aces, commonplace for it to happen out there on hole number 8. We've seen a couple of them out on the course, but we're here for round number 1, the MVP Open, presented by OTB. Guys, it's the playoffs. We were just talking. We're all jacked up. We're ready for this, aren't we?
Oh, I think so. I'm ready to see those final point standings kind of come into clarity and let us know what we're going to be dealing with at the All-Important Tour Championship. And I'm kind of just buzzing because we got to start with the ace from a good friend. That was cool to see.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, well, speaking of those Tour Championship points and the standings in which they are, let's take a little look and see what needs to happen. This is the last chance our players are going to have an opportunity to pick up any points, everything worth 150%. So let's take a look live at the points as they're moving and shifting throughout the day. Every single shot, every single position matters. And guys, what are we seeing on screen there near the cutoff line?
Yeah, I mean, Paul Ulibarri with that ace, Evan Scott, they're playing well today, playing their way in virtually at least into a position where they could compete for that Tour Championship there in Charlotte after the USDGC. Couple guys, Mason Ford maybe in a little trouble, falling 5 spots. These guys are going to be on the bubble all week. It's not that many players that are really in play for these last couple spots. It's maybe 10 or 15 names that we're going to be watching all week to see who can get in, get that guaranteed payday, get the chance to play for the big payout of the tournament championship.
And
actually, as we look at this, Robert Burridge is actually in the Tour Championship. 32nd place is in due to the fact that Paul Macbeth will not be competing in the Tour Championship, so his spot will be replaced. And as you can see, Evan Scott, he's got 2 stars next to his name because the only way he can get in is by winning this event. He is currently sitting in first place.
And what are they playing for? Well, a little bit of a handicap as they head over to Nevin for our Tour Championship. Our first place points earner will have a 6-stroke advantage starting out the round at the semifinals. Second will have a 5-stroke advantage, and so on and so forth, all the way down the list. And that's pretty incredible to know you're coming into essentially what feels like a 2-round event to then have it reset to another 2-round event for the finals. So when you have 4, 5, 6 strokes, whatever the case might be, heading into that very first set of play over there at Nevin, huge advantage.
Yeah, and I look at the bottom side of those spreads for the strokes. I believe it was like 4th, 8th. We don't have the graphic anymore, but that bottom end of getting into that place, that's going to be the important spot to look. If you're really following this close and getting ready for that Tour Championship, that's where you're going to want to root your favorite player. Hopefully creep just up into that next bracket. One more stroke is certainly going to mean the difference for some people.
Yeah, as we said, you play the 2-round semifinal with those strokes that you could get during the first round. And then all scores will reset after those 2 rounds. We'll see our top 12 MPO players go into the finals. The tour points are the tiebreaker. Those have come into play huge in the last few years. The scores reset, and then they play their final 2 rounds. And Tour Championship has been quite the show for these last few years. And what are they playing for? The pond jump, the famous pond jump.
A ritual for the winners of the MVP every year. You're going to see a who's who of disc golf over the last decade or so, as some of our greatest champions get that honor of jumping in the pond.
There's Nate Doss working a camera along with Avery Jenkins as Val and Paul jumped in. A couple years ago, we saw Katrina Allen and Adam Hammis take the plunge. And our champions from last year also participated, of course. We had Natalie Ryan and Simon Lizotte trying to decide who. Okay, yep, there they go. As they were able to hop in. And what an exciting finish in both FPO and MPO. The way that Simon closed out, and also ultimately a playoff with Natalie Ryan and Kristen Tatar last year. It was incredible as we have an overview shot of the Maple Hill property.
Yeah, and if this is your first time looking at the property here at Maple Hill, this is somebody's backyard. And if I had all the money in the world, I would dream of a backyard like this one.
We have 2 feature cards that we'll be presenting to you today, one of them being this one with our good friend James Proctor, Eagle McMahon, Anthony Barella, and Kyle Klein. Proctor on the tee.
What a tee it is. Looks to be extended from the last time I remember seeing it. Just a huge area to throw from. Huge drive as well from James. Perfect position right down that road. Keep in mind we're teeing off again, since it is the playoffs, in order of tour points. So this is our 5th through 8th points holders as of right now. Final group will be those top 4. Those guys might be getting sick of each other by the end of these playoffs.
McMahon coming off of an international win last weekend, taking down the Discmania Open up in Prince Edward Island.
Man, and what a playoff that was. Oh, this is really aggressive, and I think it's gotten away from him. It's going to be hard to say how difficult that's going to be.
That is, yeah, well out of position. Huge distance, but not in position for birdie.
Yeah, almost impossible, I would think, without a huge throw-in. You pretty much just have to play for the mouth of the tunnel where the basket is down there, and then jump putt from there. Par would be a good save. This one has a chance to swing back.
Way short.
That's perfect.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot of trees have been removed in the latter part of the landing zone there. AB has enough arm to get all the way to it and have a pretty open second shot.
I mean, we've said it 1,000 ways over Anthony's career how far he can throw, but no, you don't really need to know more than just hearing James Proctor just unable to stop from laughing as he sees the disc launch out of Anthony's hand. Where your reaction as just a lover of disc golf is just to be baffled by how far he can launch that thing. He was just dominant.
Oh, no.
I wonder, I almost feel like that must have been a slip. It doesn't appear windy. That's a really a strange result for Kyle.
Heimburg.
Let's see. Does he slip? Does he lose his footing here? No.
I think it was just not enough hyzer. I mean, clearly that's an understable disc. I think he needed to release with a little more hyzer, get a little bit more drift. That just was too low and understable.
Come on, baby!
Oh! No way.
Damn!
Easy birdie.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a dream ace on the 14th. That was very center.
We're hearing that is Aiden Scott from up there on the tee of 14.
Come on. You got one job. Get that in there. That one hurts me a little bit.
Let's take a look at our UDisc course close up out here at Maple Hill, the world's best disc golf course since 2021. Welcomed players from 49 different states and 15 countries in 2022. And there are 6 daily layouts for all different skill levels. It's par 60, 8,800 feet, and A pins in play on holes 1 through 3. And then you could take a look. We could go on and about which one should be your signature hole, which one's your favorite hole. When people talk about the best course in disc golf, all of our top players will always have Maple Hill in mind. Go out and download UDisc, the app for disc golfers. You got to find your way over there to Leicester to take in some golf.
It's just such a unique, terrain, and it's been a disc golf course now for so long that, it's been softened in all those edges, and it really just is. it's one of those situations where it is perfect in that sense. And they make small tweaks each year to make it even better.
We have Evan Scott, your current leader. This is his second shot on 12.
Yeah, it's a good drive. Gonna have to keep this thing kind of flat, go down the hill blind.
Yeah, you
Appeared
see
to
that,
be a useful shot.
See that rock that's just over his right shoulder now? That's actually a really good point for the players to look at the tee. If you can get to that rock, you can just barely see the top of the pin up and over that hill.
Evan Scott certainly trending in the right direction right now. He's had a pretty phenomenal year, but then to see him in our top 4 heading into the final round of the World Championships just 11 days ago, it certainly feels like things are going right for him as we see the rest of our leaders, Andrew Marweed, Luke Taylor, Jake Hebenheimer, and others, all just one off the pace at the moment.
Yeah, Evan's certainly one of the hottest players in the world at the moment, playing some of the best golf of his life. What I was going to say about Barella when I got surprised by the drive of Klein finding the water is that he was just dominant in the world distance competition at the World Championships a couple of weeks ago. Incredible show. Not every player with a big arm competes, but of the ones that did, it was no question who had the most power.
McMahon forced to just lay up. He was so far. You can see him way down over there on the right. No angle at the basket. So much out of bounds up near the pin. Just forced to lay up. A long potential throw in, but most likely just a layup upcoming from Eagle McMahon and his friend Simon Lizotte. 3 for 3, and now he has parred hole number 4. So a nice start, 3 under through 4 holes.
So here's what power can buy you. This is still a little tricky. Pretty well done, though. He's able to work it back around to the right. You'd love for that drive to be a little more left to make it absolutely a formality, just kind of putting it up under the basket, but I think Anthony's done really well. This is Kyle to save par after the OB drive. That's the smart play. As you can see, no real opportunity to go after this one from distance as the OB is looming right there, just 15 feet or so away from the basket.
Eagle not aggressive, not overly impressive either. From that distance, you would think he would be within bullseye, maybe even arm's reach. Clearly still very makeable putt, but not exactly a perfect approach there.
I think players from that position looking directly at the basket, still a birdie possibility, they get caught in this little middle ground where you so badly want to go for it, but you know in your head you should just lay it up, and sometimes you see that.
Oh, and a long birdie look for Evan Scott, doesn't drop. Yeah, his putting has been incredible, and anything you know about Evan, you wouldn't be surprised by me saying that. Just today, we've seen him 100%, before that one 100% from C2. Easy work for Barella. The rest of the card will tap in. Gonna take a look at the lefty, Chris Clemens. He's on hole 8. And he's got a birdie look. Safe for Clemens. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Whether I'm on the course or behind the camera, there's one thing driving me forward: the shot. The shot that no one else thinks about or would even dare to try. The shot that people will remember, that tells a story. For me, that's what disc golf's all about. Introducing the time lapse, the first 12-speed featuring gyro overmold technology, and the first disc in the Simon line. Coming soon.
Billy Rossini and I go back to 2007, I believe. Billy was one of the guys that was actually sponsored in Charlotte by Innova. He said, hey, here's my product, and I was already in. All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is gonna be really important. We feel that it's good quality product. And having a stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. It's not just my business partner, it's my friend. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
Just the way you like
A round of disc golf can be long, and if you're playing in a tournament, it can feel like a marathon. This can leave you physically and mentally fatigued by the end when your shots matter most. With space for your discs, water, and even a place to sit, a cart enables you to bring what you need, helping you feel more prepared and energized without carrying the extra weight. This can help you maintain your edge and save you strokes through every round.
Oh man, I'm down by 2 with 2 holes to go. It's the whole 8 island. I need this birdie. I need this. Should I use my last 2 driving chips? Or should I save them for the final tee shot? Or maybe I'll just use one now. Maybe I need to save one for the next drive.
Time delay, dude. That's a courtesy violation.
That's a stroke. You're down by 3 now, Potty Matt.
Yeah, and talking about talent, here's Jonathan.
Stepping up to tee off, looking very good.
Look at those muscles, working that drive.
Well, he clearly works out, and that drive is amazing.
Oh my God, once in a lifetime shot.
Not for Jonathan, it isn't.
I'm going to keep my eye on this guy.
Not going to be very hard, considering how good he looks.
Ska du kasta eller?
Ja. Checka det här. Jävlar.
Snyggt.
Welcome back as we're going to take a look at Nate's Keys, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, the iconic course here at Maple Hill, fairway hits are going to be critical. This course is very wooded, and if you get off these fairways, boy, it is tough to make even par in some situations. You need to give yourself opportunities. Circle 2 in regulation, going to be critical out here, and you need to scramble. No matter how good you're playing, there is going to be an opportunity to scramble, and you need to avoid these out of bounds. There's almost out of bounds on every single hole out here at Maple Hill, and if you can go and just keep a clean sheet from an OB perspective, you're going to have a good opportunity to play well.
Now Evan Scott on the tee of 13. Short left side for Scott.
I think one of the things that's overlooked for Evan Scott is, yeah, he did make it to the finals, the final round lead card at the World Championship. You know, he didn't play his best game, but what we talk about is experience. What a huge experience that is for a young player. I'll never forget my first opportunity. I mean, Sexton, I'm sure you can never forget your first opportunity in those situations. It gives you so much confidence moving forward. Not surprised to see him leading early on in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree.
You can't buy experience. You can buy yourself to the tournaments. You can practice all you want, but being in that situation is so critical.
Ooh, little laser putt from McMahon there.
Eagle on the board after 2.
Hole number 2 today playing as the 3rd easiest hole. That's surprising with the hole that requires such a long straight shot out of bounds right. 37% of the field have birdied.
Not surprising to see James Proctor connect. Klein to get back to even par on the round.
Oh gosh, what a start for Klein. First the water on 1, now recovers well with the drive, but big roll away after leaving the putt pretty short.
Yeah, that's going to be at least 40 feet for Klein uphill.
Some adversity early for Kyle Klein, that's for sure.
Anthony Barella looking for a 2-for-2 start. So Barella not able to take advantage of the opportunity. Klein with the 3-putt and some deflation here on hole number 2's green.
Hey, Ken. Hey.
With the guy that will always keep us entertained, Steve Dodge, and our final feature card to tee off on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
I'm super stoked about my new bag line. I'm actually still rocking the very first Voyager Pro I got when I joined MVP over 2.5 years ago, so I'm stoked to get some new bags and some personalized ones just for me. We got 3 awesome colorways picked out. The James Conrad World Champion patch right on the front is such a cool touch to me. It's kind of reminiscent of the artwork on the stock Nomad. It'll be an awesome chance for fans to support me and to rock some new colorways on the Voyager bags with this release.
Can you feel it? It's fresh and something completely new. It's something that connects us with nature and where we care about what's around us. At Pure Disc, we believe that every small step counts. Our bags, made from recycled materials, may just be a drop in the ocean, but we believe this is the beginning of something. Pure Disc golf bags are waiting for you on our website, puredisc.net, with same-day worldwide shipping wherever you are.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
Feeling great starts with a great shave. Today, the world is in the palm of your hand. Or at least this can is. For over 100 years, Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
The Innova Alien, our newest multi-purpose disc. It's like nothing you've seen before. With a pretty beefy mid-range bottom, but a very familiar sonic top, it creates physics-defying stability. From intermediate to pro-level power, backhands to forehands, the Alien. Flying to a dealer near you.
TeamDiscraft.com. All the team favorites on one site.
The MVP Open is brought to you by MVP, the leading edge in disc golf.
George, or he's lazy. Nothing. We're quiet. 3 minutes? 3 seconds.
Steve Dodge emceeing for us.
To the 2023 MVP Open presented by OTB! I'm very honored to have Technical Sergeant Liriano Ortiz to throw out our first disc.
Get in the hole. Right? There's got to be that guy somewhere. We'll give it to him.
As surprising as it is to say, I think Kyle Klein would take that drive.
Too soon. Too soon, Sexton.
It's the truth. Now the 4 best players this year, as Sexton mentioned, will all be playing together today.
Wysocki.
Top 4 of the Pro Tour point standings. Famous starter here, Scooter.
He's going to like that.
Yeah, he is. Absolutely huge.
Yeah, over there in that Barella area.
Yes. This is conservative, but I don't think unwise to be out here left. Make sure you have some angle into the pin. You have a decision to make from over there. I have to agree. This is the second playoff event in a row where I've understood that we're going to be teeing in Pro Tour order, but then been baffled by the order amongst the group, as Calvin is far and away the #1 player in the Pro Tour points, yet for some reason teeing second. I don't claim to understand it, and I think our players are feeling the same way.
Spotter getting out of the way. Not a problem. I guess we know where that one's landed as Gannon Burr fourth to tee.
My first chance to say world champion Isaac Robinson with a little too much turn there. He'll probably have to lay up, but world champion has a nice ring to it. Huge congratulations to him, of course. This is out to that left side. A little bit more Christmas trees to deal with, but a better angle to the pin if you have the footing and the arm swing to go after.
Here's Evan Scott on 13, trying to save par. As we hear, good save.
Yeah, that makes 5 pars in a row for Evan Scott.
Andrew Marweed on 14.
Common landing spot here. Over to the left, avoiding the water.
Nice big wall there. Could actually potentially help some players.
Yeah.
That looks pretty substantial. Could definitely slow down the hot skip. Potentially leave you in circle 1.
Yeah. Very scary putt, though.
Certainly.
That being said, but yeah, I mean, it stops you from going up into the bushes there, just on the left side of that green.
Defending champion Simon Lizotte.
Yeah, you'd have to say that final round in last year's MVP Open was probably one of the greatest moments of the year. When you think about the top 4 or 5 moments, Simon coming from the chase card, you know, the crowd, the way everything kind of came together, that look of Simon when he won the tournament, you know, sitting on the sidelines kind of thing.
In disbelief.
And just in complete disbelief. It was an amazing moment. I mean, I know we were sitting here watching it, but boy, what a final round from Simon.
Yeah, here he is on 5, going out over the water with the backhand.
And it was pretty early on that we realized, like, boy, Simon's feeling it. You know, this is his home course. He does live in the area now, and, you know, he just kept giving himself opportunities, making putts just like this one. That was a huge one.
That one was big.
You know, and the big question came down to 18, as it always does. What are our players going to do? They're going to go for the green. They're going to lay up. They're going to play it for par.
Here's our first look at the new tee on hole 7. You can see the old tee just about 30 feet ahead of him. Not going to get a look at the basket. Well, you can see it straight down the middle. Both have been shortened or moved back anyway. The tee 30 feet back, the basket 30 feet back. So the distance of the hole about the same, but a little less luck involved, I think, as you work up there to the green. It used to be a little bit weird, the very last bit of hole 7. Now I think a pure shot more likely to result in birdie.
And I was just wondering what one of the best circle 2 putters in the game would do in this situation. The way that he's taking his time, looks like Marweed lining up for a bid here. See what the wind is doing to the trees. Marweed for birdie.
Close.
If you're going to miss, that's about as good of a miss as you could have on that hole.
Yeah, congratulations in order to Marweed as well. Newly engaged, I saw last week.
You know, thinking about Marweed, he is number 1 in circle 1 putting, 92%. Okay, he's 9th as we see this shot from Burr. It's going to be
really
on the
aggressive.
Yeah.
I think he might have got a good kick off the rock.
Yep. So back to Marweed, 9th in circle 2 putting for the season at 34%. But he is currently 221st at getting into circle 1 in regulation. He's only getting there 33% of the time. That's where Marweed's game has let him down, from tee to green. Once he gets to the green, he's one of the best. So we'll see how, I mean, this course is so tee to green. And that should be potentially a red flag here for Calvin.
I think that's the antithesis of Marweed is Calvin Heimburg this season. Tee to green, phenomenal. The putter perhaps letting him down slightly.
And putting from tee to green is Anthony Barella on hole 4.
Oh, I love
and he's
it.
pin high. Maybe even just past the basket. The downhill jump putt off the tee from Barella.
I would expect we'll see the same from Gannon Burr shortly.
And similar result from what we just saw Marweed is where we're going to see Evan Scott. He may have skipped actually a little more. We'll see if that takes him out of position to run it. Patent pending stance for Lizotte.
Just an ideal drive. Wysocki here just needs to control the speed.
Big skip right to the pin. I thought it might skip up and in. What a shot. Wysocki will have a tap-in birdie. We're going to call this a spicy shot from our friends over at the Halal Guys. Almost even an eagle bid on the very first hole for Wysocki. Make sure you head out to the halalguys.com, punch it in, and find out where the nearest location is to you. I myself got to take in a little Halal Guys in New York City, the original Halal Guys stand right after the World Championships. I have to do my duty as a commentator to go try out this food of our sponsors, guys. I'm doing it for you.
Oh, well, thank you, Terry. And I'm sure as you walked in, they said there was an alarm that sounded. It said the disc golf guy is here. It is New York City. It's the big show.
Yeah, all of Times Square shut down. All right, Gannon Burr is throwing over the out-of-bounds line.
This is makeable, but scary.
Yeah, that ranges from everything from heroic to disastrous when you're putting, over that out-of-bounds area. And Evan, nothing to do with going after that one. He's going to lay it up next to the pin on 14. I think that'll make for his 6th par in a row. Robinson for birdie look.
Wouldn't expect anything else but smart golf there. The position he was in out to the right, nothing to be done, but just take a easy par and move on. A par on hole 1 really doesn't hurt you that much.
I would argue that 4 rounds, 4 pars on 1 is fine.
Oh, yeah.
Just think if on the first hole and the last hole you were even.
Yeah, sure.
You're gaining strokes on most of the whole field.
Yes.
So, these are bonus birdies here on hole number 1. Wysocki going to have a tap-in birdie.
Maple Hill is a course filled with bonus birdies.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's part of why the top players like it so much, because there's just so many holes that are just kind of like, man, it sure would be nice to get. It sure would be nice. There's got to be like 9 of them where you feel like it's an impressive birdie to pick up. And that's why you see the leaders only at 6 under most of the way through the course. We'll probably see a number pushing a little lower, but nice par save there from Simon.
Barella has the birdie luck. You see he almost lined up there with the tee of 5. High right side, no problems for Barella.
Just putting from the tee.
Yeah. And down on the ground, we have Brian Earhart. He's along with our world champ, Isaac Robinson, as they head to 2. Brian, what do you got for us?
I'm joined here, obviously, by the world champ, Isaac Robinson. Isaac, one at Maple Hill seems to play so different each and every day. How was it there today?
It was pretty windy, a little bit of a headwind, so drive flipped over a little bit, but yeah, otherwise great conditions other than the wind.
Is there ever a situation where you attack it super hard for birdie out of position, so to speak?
If in that spot again, I think I'll go for it.
Perfect.
Throw a little forehand.
Well, perfect, Isaac. We'd love to see the forehand from you. Good luck out there.
Thanks, Brian.
Game plan from the world champ along with Brian Earhart. Appreciate it, Brian. And just above where our players and everyone else is congregating right now, and slightly to the right, that's actually the fairway of 6. So when you see the rock wall that is directly behind them, that's the same rock wall that plays somewhat downhill for the fairway of 6. Just to give you guys a little perspective as Wysocki lines up the backhand. And he's cut down short, not making it through.
When you're walking to the tee of 2, that rock wall looks like quaint and friendly. and when you're standing on the tee of 6, it looks terrifying and evil, even though it's the same rock wall. It's interesting how that flips on you.
Two-Face.
Yeah. You're like, oh, look at this New England. That's cute. Rock wall. That's cool.
Like, wow, a guy 150 years ago stacked all these up.
That's amazing.
Had no idea that it was going to be so terrifying.
Yeah.
Calvin gets through nicely. He'll have a long look at birdie. The shot here on hole number 2, you can take a couple of different ways, but I think ultimately the ideal shot is just trying to peel a shot off this left side. So aiming at these trees and just flexing it back through the gap. I think this is a lot easier than trying to throw the flip up, where you throw it with a lot of hyzer and try to flip it through this gap. I think throwing that flex avoids going out of bounds right more often than not.
And that guy right there, Isaac Robinson, is just a commentator's dream for that kind of thing. When you're on a straight backhand hole and you're like, you know what I think would be about perfect? He just delivers it for you. Right as you're talking about it, throws the shot that we're looking for. This is a little fast to the right, but stays inbounds, I think. Birdie putt.
Yeah, should be over there where McMahon was. Made his birdie look earlier.
I didn't hear anything.
Hole 5, Anthony swinging it out over the water. This needs a little bit of height. Did not have enough. I was worried about that right away. With that much width, gonna have to go to the drop zone.
Now Matteo Orem has a birdie look. And Matteo cashes it in. He goes to 3 under through 7. Now with Ulibarri, hole number 14.
Can this get down? Maybe catch that wall.
Oh, that is way off to the left side.
It's the smart miss, but it does get away from you quick.
And as of right now, we see Yuli in to the Tour Championship, sitting in that 28th place position. We'll continue to keep an eye on the live scoring and shifting throughout the entire weekend here. Robert Burridge right there on the cut line. Think of what we saw from Nicholas Antala last year and the excitement he provided to us in the latter part of the year at the Tour Championship, at USDGC, now fighting for a spot to play at the Tour Championship. Here's Wysocki from downtown.
Wow, close. Big uphill putt.
Real contemplation, it looks like. And trying to find the exact right spot here for Gannon Burr. Of course, anytime you're near an OB line, you can bring it out up to 1 meter away from it. Gannon very openly discussing his putting from the World Championships and as to his confidence with regard to it. He was talking about that during the press conference yesterday. Enough power, but not quite on line. Matt Graham, who I believe is playing host to Gannon Burr this week. Now on the bag, here's Heimburg.
Good sign for Calvin. Uphill from distance, plenty of height, perfect speed.
Not a problem for Robinson, tapping in for birdie. a lofting in, I guess. It wasn't quite a tap in, but they all look so easy for him, don't they?
They really do.
Big par save on 7. What does Lizotte have for us on 8th? This looks like trouble. Is it going to get all the way over at least?
The last corner. I mean, within a few inches of being out of bounds. Solid putt. Love making a putt from that little bush right there. That's nice birdie for McMahon.
Now Ezra Robinson.
This is low. Really needs to move.
Come on. Come on. No chance anybody else is going to do that.
Wow.
No chance.
Parked.
Crazy. Crazy. That was a terrible shot. To find hitting off that.
Did it skip off the top of it?
I don't know.
It
we
looked,
need to see another replay.
Yeah, it looked like it hit off the side of it.
Which I don't understand how it got so much forward energy. Interesting.
And I'm just thinking, is that how you take the box on the next hole too?
I mean, it happens, but
what?
Calvin's thinking pale orange eagle here, but which one?
I think hole number 3 is one of the most underrated holes here at Maple Hill. Such a difficult but also fun shot for our players. It's a nice big drifting shot from left to right that finishes back on the left side, and it requires a big disc too. You have to throw something with some speed.
Yeah, and the threat of bogey just kind of ever present on this hole as well. A really nice, difficult woods hole.
Years ago, Dave Felberg aced this hole in some of the worst conditions I've ever competed in. It was windy and raining, and he somehow got a hole in one here in hole number 3.
Robinson will have a look from circle's edge.
So smooth with it, making the fairway look big.
Seemingly so effortless for Wysocki, and he's going to have a look from inside the circle.
That's exactly what I'm referencing with that left side just drifting over to the right and finishing back up the hill to the left. Beautiful shot from Ricky.
Is this the most satisfying tee shot to...
Like I said, I think it's one of the most challenging, but one of the most fun for the players too. When you get one up by this basket, you feel like, wow, what a shot. And this looks great. Oh, and a late tree kick. Still kicks forward. He'll have a look at birdie.
I think about this. I think about hole 6.
Yeah.
I think these
7.
might be the 2, though, that, yeah, and 7, yeah, you're right, where it's just like you feel so accomplished when you've thrown in your perfect tee shot.
16. I mean,
there's a lot of
they
them.
just keep going.
I would add 14, even though it's not technical, but to get the weight and the width just right and stick it under that basket is a pretty phenomenal feeling as well.
Lizotte in front of the 8 holes isn't going to impress him this round. He'll have 3 more rounds to do so. Looks like a par, most likely. Now, Anthony Barella on the tee of 6.
A lot of height.
Yeah, it's drifting right.
I'm worried.
To birdie this hole, you have to walk a very thin line where you're worried until you're not.
Yes.
We'll find out here for AB.
Ezra taking advantage off of the advertisement out there in the middle of the pond. I was thinking that as it was coming in low, he's going to need a skip or 2.
Yeah.
But I wasn't thinking off the wooden box that's floating in the middle of the pond.
Yeah, a lot of power. And then it got this little wind drop right here, and I thought it's over for him.
Off the side.
Off the corner.
side.
And it just has so much speed. He really did throw it hard.
Which is kind of the play, honestly. You want, because it's an upslope that you want to just drill your shot into. Try to utilize the slope of the hill to slow it down. But, wow, what an improbable birdie.
Ooh. Similar distance from where he just converted from on the previous hole, but this one doesn't drop for Heimburg.
You like the look of the putt, though.
It did look good. Similar position for Robinson. High right chain, doesn't get it to drop as he's in circle 2.
A great drive from Proctor on the 6th. Can he convert? That's a rare birdie.
Yeah, usually you see about a dozen or less of them during a round, and James Proctor's going to join a pretty small club. Yannon's dialed in. And with the best drive of the group, Wysocki will look for birdie.
And just to put it in perspective, that putt for Ricky made the 18th birdie here on hole number 3. Over there on hole 6, we've seen 14.
Okay.
3 is not as easy as some people might think. It's one of those holes, like I said, it's underrated.
Yes.
It gets overlooked. It's a very difficult birdie. Now, of course, on 6, we see a lot more bogeys, a lot more bigger numbers, but from a birdie perspective, still very challenging.
Yes. Specific shot shape, and it needs a lot of power at over 400 feet.
Yeah.
So Anthony was out of bounds, and he's pushing the line again. Nope, but does sneak it back. That's a great jump putt to make the save for bogey.
Yeah, so dangerous because he clips that tree. He could easily kicked right again over the wall. Here's our first look at hole number 9's new tee pad.
I think this is going to end up being the hardest hole on the course. It used to be one of the easiest from the old tee. The basket's in the same spot, but this new tee shot, super demanding.
McMahon has a long par look, and he gets it. Hole 6. Eagle escapes with a par.
So looking at hole 4, the basket has been elevated, and that is somewhat a big change on this one, I think. It sort of takes the... though we did see Lo Castro ace it, I was going to say it does kind of take the ace a little bit more out of play because the water is right behind the pin. Wysocki hits first available.
Well, and if you notice here on hole number 4, this mandatory off to the right, we've seen players go out that right side with a sidearm, and it forces the players now to go up this middle gap. And it's not an easy shot. You know, in fact, if you have this jump putt, this is by far the best way to play this hole.
Yeah. See if he can sneak this through. Gannon has one of the biggest jump putts on the planet, and he's done pretty well with that one. Okay, interesting from Heimburg.
Yeah.
Going to try to throw this little hammer, get it to get down flat and take one skip potentially. Or no, is it thumber? Yeah, no, it's thumber. Great tree.
I think that just watching Calvin do that shows you exactly how difficult it is to hit this gap. You know, one of the most accurate tee to green players, we just talked about it. And going to a thumber. Oh, great skip. Really nice skip. That kicked him back to the right. He'll have a look at birdie.
I'm going to roll the Zuka replay and take another look. Guys, when's the last time you saw Kelvin Heimburg throw this type of shot off of a tee pad?
It takes a funny little hole to get him to do it, I would say, and this is that one. I mean, you do like that the disc is working left early. There's a little more room over there, and then you have a pretty sure bet of a big skip coming up, so I don't mind the play.
Rick with a lunging jump putt, trying to get down near the basket. Still has work to do just to save the par.
Yeah, I would almost say the odds say that will be a bogey. That's going to be a tough putt.
Not a bad reaction off the tree for Proctor. If you're going to miss on that hole, when it's coming in nice and low, as long as it stays somewhere near the fairway, you still have the chance to get up and down and save par. Now, Lizotte dreaming of par here on 9.
That looked pretty good. I mean, he got a lot of distance. Hard to say. We're still getting acquainted with this new 9th, so it's hard to say if that found the rough on the right side. But I think he'll be happy to see it at least make some great progress up the fairway. Oh, man, scary putt left for Ricky.
Yeah, still 45 feet for par. So the great start by Wysocki is going to slow down. Bogey here on the 4th.
See the other 3 drives all right here in this frame.
And we're 2 for 2 on seeing jump putts from the tee turn into birdies. Nice work by Heimburg, so the overhand pays off. Proctor with some room to work after hitting the tree directly in front of him where he's standing now. Bounce back just enough to give him this type of swing, but he does still hit a tree on the right side.
This is where you'd love to see Proctor go to a sidearm. Just a nice little flexing sidearm would have given him a much better chance of getting up and down. Simon.
Body language says potentially out of bounds. He doesn't look happy. There's a lot of OB down there. I will say that.
Showing putting for par from circle 1.
Interesting.
So is that his reaction to just saying how?
Maybe he got lucky.
Yeah.
That's
like,
kind of a Simon move.
that?
If he got to skip over the OB, then he'll do that. Even when it's a great result, he'll be a little disgusted with himself. I certainly think he didn't like whatever happened. He didn't like how he released it. Yeah. But yeah, if he's putting for par, fantastic. Okay, with this one, we want to see the disc above that horizon tree line. So you can see out there past Gannon. You need height here when you're going with the forehand to have time to work the disc back right enough. Woo! That's about how you do it. Maybe 2 or 3 feet more height, then you may be celebrating a little bit, but perfect shot.
Almost pulling a Greg Barsby, who we saw ace this a few years ago.
I believe we saw Calvin ace here recently as well, didn't we? I think Calvin did ace this one a couple years back. Maybe even as recently as last year. I'm not sure.
So one of the things to remember here on hole number 5, and you can see Isaac's actually going to go up the middle here.
Wow.
What?
He is so nasty.
That is folks.
Unbelievable.
Folks, you have no idea. You have no idea how difficult that is.
Nobody does
There's
that.
not one person in the field playing that and getting burned.
And he just nailed it. He made it look wide somehow.
Yeah, he pured it. But the one thing to remember here on 5 is that our players are throwing overstable discs, and Ricky's going to get lucky there and hit the wall. You can't baby it. You're throwing an overstable high-speed disc. You've got to power it out there, as you said.
Yes.
Up high, and if you're going to finish right, make sure you're 40 feet right.
Let's see this one more time.
This is just crazy.
Yeah, we're going to give he's going to have to reach out to Sunstein to try and patent that, because as we're all saying, we never see players go up the gut and have that kind of success. You're usually going that way, almost assuming you're going to just get a 3. You're going to throw it out there, you're probably going to hit a tree, you're probably going to get up and down for par. The fact that he has that much of a look, incredible. And reach out to our friends at Sunstein Law. They can help you out with any of your intellectual property needs.
I mean, look, that's the easiest job of the week for Sunstein. Not a lot of competition for that patent, I don't think. No.
Proctor saving par.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. What a putt from Proctor.
That had to be outside circle 2. That was huge. Maybe right out at the edge.
So in years past, Ricky would have been out of bounds because that wall wouldn't have been there. And he's going to turn it into a birdie. What a putt from Ricky. That is why Ricky Wysocki is a 2-time champion here at Maple Hill, because of his ability to make putts from really almost anywhere, his ability on the backhand and sidearm side of things. Nice birdie from Ricky. And is there any chance he does that 4 for 4?
Gosh. I mean, I don't think we're going to see him. Well, I guess I was going to say I don't think we'll see him bogey, but he did actually approach the OB line in the back. If he has a little more juice behind that, there is actually a little bit of risk, though I do expect he would make the par putt, even if he were to go OB at that position. I don't think that's a forced drop zone. The drop zone should be only for water.
And that's Barella saving par on 7.
So it would appear Simon did go out of bounds. So with our first body language read, correct, though he does atone, makes the nice circle 2 look across the water. Going to be a single bogey by my count?
Well, and yes, assuming he was out of bounds there. You know,
yeah, sure.
Is there a chance that he was just barely in?
It could be true. You could be right.
We'll let things catch up here momentarily.
Thought we were going to see another shot, that time off the top of the dock. And let's take a look at hole number 6 here, Sexton.
Yeah, 390 feet going downhill. Just let that sink in. 390 is a long way, but it's absolutely the woods tunnel the whole way. This is where that wall gets that sinister attitude on that right side. You're really scared about any kind of kick off the left side as you try to work the disc right and hit this little window as a backhand thrower. Look how narrow that is. You make any little mistake there. Catch those trees on the left side, the big ones, straight OB. Catch the tree on the right side, you might go OB, you might roll back safe. There is that other fairway gap on the left that I think is a little safer, but it doesn't usually give you circle 1. It's a play for a circle 2 look.
Just to give you perspective, over the years, hole number 6 has been considered a par 4 at times.
Yes.
That is Marweed on 18 with his second shot.
Calvin gets a decent kick. You certainly would rather kick that way. I think he stayed inbounds. He'll have still a little bit of a tough job ahead of him. Can he work this right enough? Not quite. It was a beautiful shot. He nearly had it perfect. Caught that last tree again. Happy to kick left.
there's that big tree down in the middle. That's the goal.
Yeah, shining bright in the sun
yeah,
there.
if you can hit that,
You're going to make par.
Yeah, you're going to be down in the area. Oh, boy. That can find out of bounds. There's OB on the left side.
Kyle Klein now from the drop zone on 8. I'm scared just looking at this angle, let alone thinking of the throw. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Kyle Klein's got it under control. He's even for the round. They're telling him he's got to sign the board if you convert from the drop zone. They invite you over to sign the board.
I think they started out chanting number 6. Maybe that's the 6th make. And can we see number 7?
Barely stays in bounds for Proctor. Now Cole Radalin on 10. And high right side chain and in.
So short right here for Burr. It looks as if he's going to have to go with a little flex here. Any early tree kick could send him straight right OB.
Brian, we just saw Gannon Burr with a throw. Can you give us an assessment of it?
Yeah, just dragged it a bit too far left and got the nasty kick left OB, unfortunately.
Wow.
One of the, again, one of the most underrated things here at Maple Hill is the players want to par. And what it brings into play. It brings that. Oh my goodness. That was hovering on top of the wall, comes back inbounds.
So fortunate. But you're absolutely right. The pressure on that second shot is huge. You really want to see if you can generate a save. Ricky hit a tree on the far side of the wall there and somehow crawls his way back in bounds.
I've seen players from where Gannon Burr was just moments ago try to throw hyzers out over OB and come in late by the basket. It's that thing inside the player's head. The pin's just right there. I want to par so bad. But what decision can you make to give yourself an easy bogey at times?
Rick's
because
got
it can
work
get
to do.
To worse.
Easy bogey is not guaranteed for Ricky here.
Yeah, he has to be worried about a tree kick that carries him to the right as he's throwing through the tunnel.
That's OB. That looked right side OB to me.
Brian, did Ricky's next shot go out of bounds?
Terry, I believe he did get a kick out there on the right side, unfortunately.
Just absolute disaster here on 6 for Wysocki.
But, I mean, this is what makes Maple Hill. And how not getting off the tee, all of a sudden you're treading water.
And Lizotte follows up what ultimately was a double bogey on 9, comes back and gets the birdie on 10, so he's 3 under.
Boy, so we were way off.
We were both wrong. But we did the best we could with the information we had.
Oh, boy. Yeah, hole number 9 is going to be a real monster. And this is going to be a very difficult up and down.
Put something on my knee.
And you know, really it's what we're seeing here on hole number 6 is, you know, just kind of a microcosm of what this course is. And a lot of times the champion is the player that was the best off the tee, giving themselves opportunities, but avoiding having to make tough decisions like we just saw from Ricky and now from Burr.
Yeah, still an element of danger even on that short forehand.
Gonna have to see where the spot is for Wysocki. He could still be quite a distance from the basket.
McMahon gets the birdie. That'll tie him for 11th place at the moment.
Yeah, Eagle cruising right along nicely. Clean scorecard, 3 under through 8.
See, and even here, you know, as Kelvin's trying to find his way around, if you put this up too high, you get even the gentlest of kicks to the right, you can still go out of bounds.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why he's looking low left.
Exactly.
Actually.
I was just thinking it looks like he's trying to take all of that out of play because you really don't want to have to go up and to the right.
Well, and the angle, one thing, it's tough with this perspective, the angle of him trying to go out right, he would bring that rock wall into play so quickly that it's hard to get it to bend too far left. This is the smart play. Keep it low.
Good tree.
Very good tree.
Save him a few feet on that putt.
Yep.
Just brutal. Isaac's drive was nearly perfect, and that's what he's left with, trying to squeeze that putt through a nothing window, and he's going to have to do it again.
We've seen a lot of those high spin putts from that lower left side. It's all about the angle, and if you find one of the bigger gaps, obviously there for Isaac, a bit more challenging than he would have wanted. He'll get his bogey, and now this is Ricky for double.
From outside the circle.
Come on. Yeah.
Clutch putt.
He knew it right out of the hand. Wysocki ready to run it down. So he's going to limit it to the double bogey.
Showing some of that champion's killer instinct, as he always does on the putting green, but in right amongst a really difficult hole. So easy to drop that stroke, hang your head, take a triple. Ricky Wysocki says, no thank you.
Burr for double bogey.
Another nice one. Double bogey hurts, but triple hurts more.
Par sure looks good to Kelvin Heimburg right now, doesn't it?
Yeah,
compared to his card mates.
Of that group. Hole 6 showed its teeth. That's a good kick back to the middle for McMahon on the 9th. Looked to be a pretty aggressive effort.
One of those classic, I didn't throw it well, but it somehow is going to turn out okay for me shots. And Marweed with his 3rd on 18. Looking to close out with a par.
Let's go. Oh, this could be a special one. Oh, yes.
Everyone talked about that being really the landmark of where you need to get to start thinking about aggressively going after the pin. So taking a look at it again, Anthony Barella just in a class of his own right now with this tee shot.
And the only player to birdie this hole today, hole number 9, Aaron Gossage. And we would have to assume that he had a similar tee shot to that one. Out into that area where you can see the basket now looking down the hill. Only one birdie on 9 so far today.
Oh, big kick for Calvin. Down to the right, and even from where Anthony got. Excuse the pun, but you're still not out of the woods yet. You've got a lot more work going down that hill with all the OB. I think he's in a great spot, but it's the hardest hole in the course for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
Robinson looked tree-free with that drive.
So the basket is down to the left, kind of in that more sunny area, I believe. So he's going to try to throw this obviously straight, but then drift it left, hopefully get a little bit down the hill. Oh, and none of that is happening. Early out of the hand, or late out of the hand, but early tree on that right side. Wow, he split that little V.
Yeah, it looked like he got a lot of distance after missing the early tree. Here on hole 7, you can't try to force something. You actually have to play the full flight of the disc, release it with a little bit of hyzer, and flip it up. Ricky's done that nicely. Check the ground play. Forward skip, so a long look at birdie for Ricky. Kind of got to keep hole 7 kind of in that box. You can't do this big twisting thing. You really got to allow the disc to do the work.
Yeah, not a lot of opportunity to get lucky. It's just a little too thick on both sides. How aggressive does Eagle want to be here? I think smart play would be not very and accept bogey.
Well, high left side. And he does get the green flag, so he's going to be in bounds, but that's going to be an obstructed look at the basket. Not one I really expect him to go after.
Oh, I think almost no way. We'll see how cleanly he can even get up to the basket. This tiny tree right in front of him, which side, maybe he can get around it. But I think that's pretty well in his line. Goes over it. Maybe a little bit of cut roll left on that thing. Gonna be a tough putt.
Yeah, you saw one of the whiskers there. You saw his disc, so still a chance for Burr.
Simon throwing a second on 11.
So he left it way wide, but he actually, he could see the pin.
Those trees are getting big down there.
Yeah, they are.
Oh man, Calvin. You don't envy this position. Long way to go still. Looks like he's got one gap, but a little bit of a tricky swing. Pretty nicely done. The delicate little driver, I think. Oh, this is what I've been waiting to see. What does he have left here? Standstill putter going downhill.
Oh, and he's on the green. He's deep of the pin, but he's on the green, and then from there he'll have a decision to make. We'll have to see. Looks like it's going to be not completely obstructed, so I'm expecting Anthony Barella at least give that a go.
Yeah, I think for sure, and I think that's the right miss. Get a little long, get away from the OB. Well played from Anthony. That was Rick's birdie look. Didn't get quite as much forward slide as we were hoping.
So these ropes in the woods are not out of bounds. They're there for spectator control.
Likely a bogey coming for Gannon Burr. Now Lizotte.
Wow, what a birdie.
Yeah.
Kind of not thinking it off the tee shot, not thinking it off the second shot, but still comes up with a nice putt there. Here's Calvin for his par save. And low. That's been his miss all season long.
Solid scramble for Wysocki. He's going to walk away with a par.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Welcome back. Isaac Robinson on the tee of 8.
And somehow his brother was inside him. like, closer to the basket, yeah. Whoa, this is wide. It's got a swing for Ricky. Yeah. By going that wide, you do bring in those.
That's tracking right to the pin. And that's where it's going to check up. Calvin Heimburg, easy drop-in birdie coming.
Sometimes you're worried mid-flight. Sometimes your mind's already on the next hole. Calvin throws it so well there that really nothing could possibly happen but a park job.
Tracking left. Gets a play off the wall.
Wow.
And the bank shot's going to put him inside the circle.
Great roll.
I aced it out of my hand and then just started like being more overstable.
Catching up with Ben Calloway. Hole number 14.
Ben is on a run of 4 birdies in a row.
Wow. And what a stretch of holes as the wind is starting to blow. Using that wall. That's going to be a scary but makeable putt right out at the edge of the circle. Can he keep it going? 5 in a row.
Well, yes, he can.
Wow, he can. He sure can.
Yeah.
Into the lead.
Yeah.
Callaway, 7 under today. That is with a bogey back on hole number 5.
Yuli, nice round. 4 under. Tristan Tanner, another a nice round as well.
Absolutely.
Evan Scott, he did finish with a bogey, birdie, bogey finish to shoot that 5 under. Top of your screen, that's where Ben Callaway just made that putt up there on 14.
Great look at just that little skinny land bridge in between the ponds on 8 and on 14. Chance to see Callaway getting the job done there. 5 in a row. Hot stretch of golf from Ben Callaway.
So you see these big flags on top of all the baskets. There's all these colors and different things. As we saw in the course review, overview early on, this course has tons of different tees and baskets, and if you're on the blue tee, you play to the pin with the blue flag on it. It's really one of the most fun things to do. You can come out and play, hey, we're playing blues today. Hey, we're playing whites. You want a quick round out at Maple Hill, you play whites. Not a lot of people are going out there and playing gold.
I've never seen it done better. This idea of so many layouts on top of each other. It's the signage is great. The maps are great. The flag system, as Isaac is just a little right, is ingenious. I think a great way to have this property be fun for Gannon Burr and you at home and your mom who never played before.
Exactly.
There's even a layout that somebody first time could have fun.
Yes.
Trying to get a sense from here what Ricky's dodging with that wide forehand. It's those 2 trees that you're worried about when you do throw it that wide, but he gets through perfectly.
Oh, and Barella just tickles off the chain, so he did have a look for birdie. We're not going to see many of those throughout the weekend, so Barella may be kicking himself later that he couldn't take advantage. And
Hole
Klein
9
is in for bogey.
And hole 9 still with just the 1 birdie today from Aaron Gossage.
Gossage being the man as we take a look.
This is what I've been waiting for. We're flying this for the first time together, folks. This is hole 9, par 4, 650 feet. I was expecting it to be one of the hardest, and it looks like that's all ringing true. You can see it's pretty sharply uphill just from the start. It's such a narrow shot, and I think the thing that makes it super tough is the pinch up here that we're coming up to on the left side. So it's not this simple like flat shot that you can just start to work left. It actually needs flip up to move to the right, even though the pin is down left. So we saw Anthony shoot that hyzer through there, standing up right through this section. There's that other tee pad that he was near. So you're crusting the hill with an absolutely perfect drive. You might see the top of the hill. And then from there, this is what you're left with. It's very doable. It's like an island green. You're playing downhill with a putter. Everything short there in the water OB, obviously. Also the right side OB. We saw McMahon safe way up there on the left side on the access road. Not that I think that's an area many people will play to on purpose. But if you get fortunate enough to find yourself at the top of that hill, I think the play, like Anthony did, just a little deep. Ensure that you make that cross. See if we can get a birdie on video here from our feature card.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that I'm noticing in that flyover is kind of the undulation off the tee shot as you're playing back up the hill. And then one of the things a flyover doesn't really give us a perspective on is how steep downhill that second shot is. You know, I mean, you are a good 50 feet above the basket as you stand up there, and as you said, just a putter down the hill. It's overall, it's going to be a great birdie now if you do get one out there.
Absolutely. Oh, big wind drop for Jones. It's actually a great wind drop. Keeps him down. Perfect drive. Best we've seen.
Now joining Eagle McMahon on the tee of 10. This hole sets up so well for the bigger arms.
Oh, yeah. This looks great.
Yeah,
because it is.
Crazy.
Yes.
And somebody else in his group is also fantastic.
Vino Macula throwing his second shot on 18. Oh, coming up short. Not able to get over the last rock wall there.
How good dinner tastes depends on if you land on that island or not.
That is so true.
I mean, it either tastes just like bugs or like a $5,000 steak. And for Macula, that was a risky shot for it. He just came up just short. He's going to have to try to scramble and make potentially a long putt for par or a bogey there, but still a solid day for Macula out on the course.
I'm interested to see how hard these guys push on this hole. Is anybody feeling like par is a good score? Ricky does not. It looks like par is going to be a good score from there, but I don't think he's playing for it. He's certainly playing with the aggression, with a birdie in mind.
Now with Klein, who has a birdie look on 10. Okay, Klein fighting back to even par now.
Calvin does get the right movement. A little bit of a right kick. He might be able to see the basket from there. He is a pretty tall guy.
This is just a diabolical addition by Steve Dodge.
And I think doubly so because it used to be the easiest hole on the course. You know,
certainly when they played it as a par 4.
Which is, I think, the majority of years lately. It's been a very short 4. Mentally, I just think it's hard now to come off of the stressful 6th and 7th. This is just in that short corner. That's a dangerous spot to be because I think you can dream from there. And maybe a dream is not your friend on this hole with all the OB down there. You can think about, oh, maybe an Annie forehand could float down there and I could get the birdie.
It's going to tempt you, right?
You almost would rather not be tempted here. Just settle it down the hill, make an easy par out of it. This has got that little bit of drift. This might be the best of the bunch.
But it just goes to show you how big of a shot it was from AB to get all the way up to that tee pad.
Yes.
These guys are still 50 short of that.
Yeah, I'd say just as a general rule, if AB doesn't hit a tree, it's a big shot. Like that's just how the guy throws. It's incredible.
Yeah.
He doesn't make it look very big. Similar to this guy, like we saw on the Castle hole on 10. He just kind of smooth swings it, and he gets to a place you just can't even believe. Up there long of the basket occasionally.
And we know you're watching either on Disc Golf Network now or possibly free on YouTube. More than 10,000 of you joining us. All you got to do is scan the code or hit the link in the description. You get 1 month free with the code MVP Live. Thank you guys for joining us. Welcome to our broadcast. We have so much disc golf to show you guys over the next month. I don't know how.
I was going to say, pretty good free month.
Yeah. I don't know how
mean,
you
if
could
you
not
think
be
about it,
subscribed,
we
right?
have Women's Nationals next weekend, the Tour Championship, the USDGC.
Throw pink. We've got it all.
It's going to be great. So we're starting to get some of our questions answered because we saw Isaac's drive was pretty good, pretty clean. But he clearly, through his practice rounds, has decided if I'm down here, I'm laying up.
Yes.
Just get it up and over that ridge line, play this hole for par.
Rocket ship coming up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this maybe being one of the longest drives I've ever seen on 11.
If it can get back left, it's going to test that tree line. It does get back left. Wow. That looks phenomenal.
We'll see if he can take advantage of the huge drive by Barella on 11. Yeah, sure. Brian, the number one question in the press conference was this hole. What are you seeing now that we have our final feature card on it?
Can you guys go a little further back while he's
Well, Terry Bryan is saying, yep, it's as hard as we thought it was going to be.
He's speechless.
Because
He's speechless. It's so hard.
Let's just look at the statistics here. So we've talked about the one birdie. That was from Aaron Gossage. 46% of the field have parred the hole. 53% bogey or worse, including 3 triple bogeys. So, I mean, right there.
This is a hard shot to resist. Going for it is probably a good play, but it's a risky play regardless. Calvin's going to have to throw turnover from here, keep the height, keep the sustained turn. A lot of things got to go right.
At least you have some muscle memory from years past. Because
That's true.
you would land here with the old tee pad. So at least he's seen this shot before.
Have a compact swing.
I think it got a little bit of tree branch at the top. And I
Either
don't
way.
think that's going to be a problem.
No, he's going to be able to have a long bid and actually give that a run from there.
I don't think it was a layup. I think it maybe got a little twist off of a tree.
Now McMahon.
Up and over.
Very few can even attempt this.
Well, and if you noticed off the tee shot, he threw an extremely overstable disc, trying to he needs to be in the short stuff to go for that, and he did that on purpose.
Wysocki.
Smart layup there, I think.
He'll also be able to give that a long bid. Now Barella.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
Just
so
smashed.
easy.
Opportunity even to get aggressive for a possible eagle throw in.
Yeah, I do think there's certainly something to be said for the short layup when I try to put myself into the headspace of these guys who are so effective from 50 feet. Maybe the crossing shot really doesn't pay that much of a dividend, because if you could play it down to 50 or 60 and take a fearless run at the basket, it might be just as good of odds as trying to make that tricky crossing shot to set up a 30-footer on the backside. See if Gannon, he's in a little bit more forward position. He might have a hard time resisting the call of the basket on the other side.
Looks a little soft, but it's drifting nicely. Oh, and just too much, just inches. Man,
You think layup gone wrong?
I think
It's
so.
it didn't look like a lot of speed, so that's what I think. A layup that just got a little
initially, I thought it was a little soft because it, it just seemed like it wasn't going to get over it.
Yeah.
But then it was drifting okay, and just a little bit too much. This is Radalin down the hill. Beautiful.
Woo. So straight. Wow, Eagle came up very short with that over-the-top effort. Must have caught a tree.
So McMahon will walk away with a par on 11.
Terry, I got to think, if you ask the players, here, I would give you an opportunity to take a stroke on 53% of the field, would they take it? Because that's what par gets you.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, like you guys said, the temptations that come about as we're seeing a green flag somehow for Robinson here.
That was a bad shot from Robinson. I think he's really fortunate to see a green flag.
Tailwind for the downhill, hole number 13.
Now we're getting some gusty breezes now. Back here on the highest point on the course.
Most of the way home for Simon. Long putt, perhaps.
Solid bid by Wysocki, but he'll settle for the par.
Steve, if you're watching this up at the Sap House, it worked. You got just one birdie on the day from the MPO competitors.
It might have worked too well. But Aaron Gossage, hats off to him.
Absolutely. And it was parked, too. This is testing your theory of the 35-40 footer.
Oh, this could go. Wow. Just hangs on. Disappointing for Gannon. I think all he meant to do there was lay that up. He was probably okay with par. It's going to be a little worse than that. Eagle not quite understanding how his disc didn't get parked.
And Robinson doesn't convert. A little on tilt here for Robinson here in the middle section of hole 9.
I mean, he got lucky to stay in bounds. That was an unfortunate bounce out, honestly. That was pretty solid right side. Just kind of, the disc kind of just swung out.
Gannon trying to get confirmation as to how much relief he could possibly get, but he cans it. He's in for bogey.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Do you ever get sick of watching the same one all year?
Gets a little repetitive, but what else are you gonna do?
Like anything?
I absolutely love watching the slow motion videos.
Yeah, they're like so good.
Get us into slow-mos again next year. Cheers.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm down.
What a shot by Simon.
What a veteran play by Simon. Beautiful part. Great putt. I'm blown away.
Champion at the Great Lakes Open, Simon Lizotte.
It just feels incredible. 2 majors in a year. I didn't think it was possible. I didn't think it was going to happen. But yeah, here we are.
Wysocki, T of 10. And hunting one of the cameramen right next to the basket. Wysocki, a very short look for birdie.
So the advantage for the big arm thrower here is that they can take it up over these taller Christmas trees on the right side. The hole, from a distance perspective, is only 377. But playing back uphill, a little bit of wind coming at the player's face, it's a big shot.
At least 477, I think, in terms of real distance required.
Yeah, look at Calvin actually took it on the inside line. The nice skip up the hill.
Here's McMahon's second shot on 12.
Wow, monster drive. A little bit off the line, but huge distance.
Remember that rock I was talking about?
Just
He's like 200 past.
Yeah, rear view mirror of Eagle McMahon. He takes a little bit of a roll, but he's going to be in the circle, putting from that ditch.
Yeah, they've done a nice job, too, of clearing that ditch out. There was a lot of leaves that collect down in that part of the green, and it looks really nice and clean, so it should be a solid putt there for McMahon.
A little high. Must have flipped on him. He doesn't really like it. Yes.
Wide.
Plenty of distance. Just hung out.
Lucky to find a clear landing zone. You know, if you get caught up in those bigger Christmas trees, it can be sometimes tough to get up and down.
AB on 12. This is probably also leaving the rock in the rearview mirror.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's past even where McMahon just was.
Oh, look at is it rolling?
It is.
That could be a good thing. I mean, if it just follows down the hill, it funnels right over there. That is a massive drive. So this will show you that. I mean, Robinson, world champion, great power thrower, but this is probably right on the edge for him in terms of getting over those trees, where you see a Wysocki just kind of doing it easy.
Dude, think of the last 3 holes for AB.
Yeah.
Park job up the hill, a pitch on 11,
jump putt
and
second.
a jump putt on 12.
That's
Come on.
crazy.
Lizotte on the iconic 14th.
Such an incredible hole. Plenty of trust for Simon. Ooh, up high though.
Nice check. It didn't really power skip down that hill. So you can see how big those Christmas trees are. That's a nice little shot there from Isaac. If you just get caught up in there, you can't really move much.
Nice birdie.
It almost looked like that was Anheuser out of his hand.
It was a big wind-affected putt. The wind was coming off of his right. Couldn't go with his normal Heiser putt. It could have drifted it down the hill, just laying that one up.
No problems for Heimburg. As he bursts with excitement. Rick picks up a birdie of his own. Ben Callaway still out front, sitting at 7 under par. He's picked up pars on both 15 and 16, but currently your leader.
Yeah, he's playing the very easy 17th. He is in the fairway after one throw.
Orem, tee of 13.
Love this.
Yeah, if that can just stay clean, get a little skip to the pin, checks up just short. Great drive by Orem.
That's such a committed shot to throw that low turning, just kind of holding the entire way. He's actually using the speed of the downhill to hold it on that turn.
Up top, where we're seeing holes 11 and 13, the tee shots. There used to be houses up here many, many decades ago. No, such an incredible place to come up and spectate if you're taking in the action out here at Maple Hill.
And clearly 10, 11, 12 is where the big arms really have an advantage. We just saw it from Anthony Barella. He was able to go 3 for 3 through this stretch. Let's see if Ricky, who's been throwing big today, can take advantage as well.
Yeah, Ricky's power has been huge his whole career, but lately especially I've been really impressed by some of the distances he's been able to achieve. Really pretty compact swing when compared to other guys maybe his height, but he really generates a lot of speed.
You got to love that positioning.
Yeah, that was nice. Got to do my duty as a friend and call out the brand new Big Germ Champion Halo Boss being thrown by Calvin there to great effect. It's kind of a dice roll.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get. It could be almost impossible, and it can sometimes be like just fine.
You know, with the AB power, he was able to get down past where they've done some cuttings. So he's of the Christmas tree, so he's able to have a clean look. But they've left a lot of these trees here on hole 11. Being in the short grass is so crucial, and Robinson's done that beautifully. Again, not as much distance, but he's in the short grass, and it's going to be a long second shot, but he can have a run-up.
Yeah, and super manageable distance. Longer than the other guys, but not longer than about 350.
Agreed.
Guys, let's take a look at the birdie zone where we're seeing Wysocki off to the right side, Burr short and left, Heimburg and Robinson in ideal positions there. And of course, we just saw the tent from the birdie zone and from the Birdie Pro game. We'd love for you guys to go out and pick one up today. They're in stock. You can build your player. You can use your skills at the right time, get a little karma, and hit the winning putt. And they are also shipping to retailers through MVP distribution, or you can order it online at boaterbrothers.com.
What a beautiful view. You can see some of the trees they've left, some of the bigger ones there.
Barella, 3 straight birdies, heading now to 13.
Great shot. Come on.
This looks great. It's drifting nicely.
Wow.
It's got to sit down, actually. Nice ground play there. And he hits the wall. Beauty. Matteo's jumped up into a tie for third here. 6 under par. He's birdied 3 of the last 4. No bogeys on his card today.
One of the more gettable holes on the course right here. Needs to keep this straight.
It was the duck. It was the duck.
That'll putt. It got away from him a little bit, but
I think most importantly it was clean. Got all the way up there.
This will be clean. This is a new look for 13. Going over everything.
You know, we've seen Simon do it. We've seen Eagle do it. It's really hard to imagine what they're trying to do.
I mean, just get down there. Yeah, it seemed. I mean, by the way that camera swung, I think he might have got beyond the basket. We'll see if it's too far beyond. Simon takes a couple kicks right.
What a fun couple of weeks for the Robinson brothers.
Absolutely. And
right?
Ezra's
Winning in
been playing
Rochester.
fantastic as well.
No question.
Oh, yeah, you're saying, the win in Rochester.
Yeah, the win in Rochester and then his brother winning the World Championship. That's pretty cool.
Kind of mind-blowing to me, speaking of that playoff up in Canada, that Isaac was able to just mentally get there.
Yeah.
Just physically is one thing after you just won the Worlds to then drive way up to Canada. Sure, that's awesome. Fun trip. But then to get there and push Eagle McMahon to a playoff that ended up being pretty epic. It took 6 straight birdies for Eagle to dispatch Isaac. That's really pretty impressive to me. Coming off the incredible, just kind of world-changing, crazy win, all those emotions. Pretty amazing that he was still able to maintain that level.
Yeah, and caught Eagle, who had a 3-stroke advantage on him going into the final hole.
Yes.
Just to even be able to get into a playoff eventually. So, yeah, so impressive what he's been doing over these last few weeks and throughout this entire season. Here's Burr.
Lucky to get a run-up.
Wow, it's really lifting.
Okay, so
this is where Eagle got to.
Boy. He'll have to make a putt for par.
Yeah, about midway on his way out, catches a tree, but still has a look for par.
I've officially never seen anybody down there before. That is, no one goes long on that hole.
And you can see the advantage for being in the
fact. Heimburg underneath the basket has a birdie coming up. Here's Orem. This is a birdie look.
This is from 50 feet.
Into a tie for second, it says, at the moment. I think, thinking about Isaac from back there, if the shot is a backhand through some kind of tunnel, for my money, I'd say nobody in the world does the difference between 250 and 400 matter less. It's just kind of like, well, it's a pretty generous, it's 35 feet wide. The guy just hits his angles with an uncanny consistency to where he's making me not ever worry. I know he makes mistakes, but I always just assume when he has that shot, a shot that simple, he just executes. At least he has this year, and I expect him to continue to do so.
Zott will have to settle for a par now. Here's Barella. Birdie look on 13.
Oh, no.
Just too high in the chains. It doesn't stick for him.
Ton of work done to that green since last year. A little bit longer pin and all those retaining walls built up. Wow, Ricky couldn't quite get out of there cleanly. Doesn't end up mattering. Nice recovery.
Light work for Robinson. They got a long walk over to the next tee. We'll be right back.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
Whether I'm on the course or behind the camera, there's one thing driving me forward: the shot. The shot that no one else thinks about or would even dare to try. The shot that people will remember, that tells a story. For me, that's what disc golf's all about. Introducing the time lapse, the first 12-speed featuring gyro over mold technology, and the first disc in the Simon line. Coming soon.
Matt Orem on the tee of 16.
Electing to take that right side line.
Oh, and it continues to drift right.
Anything out there you'll take.
Oh, and McMahon to save the par on 13.
Wow.
We've seen some good putts today. Really, a lot of par saves. There's Calvin. He's going big here. Take advantage of that tailwind. This is going to get over the ridge as well. That is huge.
That's as big or bigger than what we saw from Barella.
Yeah, I think minus the roll. AB got that trickle roll another 50 feet. Looked like Calvin's just checked up there.
You love his odds to make birdie, though. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And Calvin's moving up the board.
Yeah, I should mention that Callaway did go on to birdie there on 17. Currently sitting in the fairway on number 18. So for Isaac, he's right up by that rock. That's the standard landing zone for the humans.
Yep.
Not for the
professional disc
unhuman.
golfing humans, yeah.
You know, these guys that just have that extra 50, 60. This looks wide.
It is, but I think it's going to stall out at just the right moment.
Yes.
McMahon inside the circle, and his putters look so good.
This is moving pretty far right.
A little too low.
It might be a pinched angle from over there. Yeah, so that's going to bring in like thoughts of over the top.
Yeah. When you're that high on the hill, as we're going to jump over to Antila on 18.
A little flex shot. This is aggressive.
Oh, dinner's going to taste nice.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful shot from Antila.
Wow, look at the finish. Tough start to his day, but closing incredibly. 6 under out of the last 7.
And that moves him 2 spots higher at the live standings into 24th position, so pretty safely in.
Yeah, the dinner is going to be even better than I thought.
Man,
6
so
down through the last 7. You eat whatever you want. It's going to be fantastic.
Callaway making light work of 18.
Now that was Callaway's 3rd shot, so he'll have a tap-in par.
To stay at 8 under.
And he's being chased by this guy. 7 down, and remember, 17 is one of the easier holes on the course. Average usually in the about the 3 easiest holes on the course. So,
although this year it does have some new OB, a little bit more teeth potentially. Still, I agree with you, one of the easiest. But that OB extends right up by the basket now. If you're familiar with the hole after it breaks right, I'm sure we'll see it soon enough. It's certainly a little more to think about than in years past.
17 today playing as the 3rd easiest hole.
Oh, that's coming in way too hot. That's at least 75. That might be 100 feet past the pin.
That's another place I've never seen anybody go.
So it's one of the biggest challenges here if you're this high on the hill is trying to throw, and we're going to see this grenade from Burr, which actually is a smart play because it's not going to drift that long. But that shot from Isaac was what you could argue was too clean. And it just didn't hit anything, and it just, there's nothing to stop it.
Isaac just can't stop hitting gaps. He can't turn it off. That's nice.
Yeah, just outside the circle.
Checks up beautifully.
This view from the basket, see how high that is. If you're just drifting, there's nothing to stop you if you're clean down that center of that gap. It's one of the biggest challenges, I think, when you leave your tee shot that far back in the fairway.
Lizotte on 16.
Ooh, headwind putt at the water. Fantastic.
Ice in his veins. Proctor. Big birdie putt to get back to even.
Rick's 2nd on 12.
So this is a better way to slow the disc down, is by taking something really overstable and going to the sidearm.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to get that flex back.
Great day for Ben Callaway. 8 under, leader in the clubhouse for the moment. Perhaps longer than the moment. That's a really nice number. People are going to have to do some work to chase him down.
Well, and someone trying to do just that. Kevin Jones through 17. He's just trying to close out on the final hole himself as Jones moves to 8 under.
Kevin is 6 under on the back 9. Also closing really, really well. Calvin has to get a little creative here, but he does so well with it.
Easy birdie coming up for Heimburg after an incredible tee shot. Wysocki was hung up short.
Yeah, he hit a tree with that approach.
And I was just going to say, this could be very dangerous because he gets aggressive and goes for this. You're left with a long comeback uphill putt sometimes, but Wysocki, a little restraint there. And McMahon picks up a birdie on 14.
Man, Kevin Jones streaking up the board as well. Kevin now 8 under through 17.
No problems for Lizotte. Ends the par streak in a good way. The birdie on 16.
A lot of the big names starting to find their way at the top of the board.
They like doing that.
Some about it. So Isaac's not out of the woods just yet.
No, not at all. It kind of went back into the woods. He's further into the woods than he's ever been.
Yeah.
At least on this hole.
For sure.
I don't even know what it looks like back here. I've never seen anybody down here.
Oh, he's got a gap. Oh no. And he hits the high branch, and that's going to leave him way short.
And that's probably about the third time that we've seen him try to kind of throw a little longer jump putt to a position play, not even a run at the basket. I'm thinking of hole 6, hole 9, and then just right there, that have gotten away from him in a way that we aren't used to seeing. Cannon's stepper a little hot, high, and left.
McMahon on the tee of 15.
Uh-oh.
And
that brings bogey into play.
Very easily. That is the worst spot to be on this particular hole. If you hit early and it kind of carries left, but still carries forward, not as bad. But when you're back as far as he is, you're not going to be able to see the basket, and you have a lot to fight through. Bogey, certainly a potential.
Okay. Just your average par. Just your average par.
If that's not an example of why he's a world champion, I don't know what is. Not a lot of great big putt for par.
Here's Cole Rodallen, tee of 16.
Oh, can this swing left? It is going to.
Skip toward the pin. Rodallen's on the dance floor. Don't go anywhere.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
When you first sign up for a PDJ membership, you're given a PDJ number. Your PDJ number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdja.com/join.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Maybe I need to save one for the next drive.
Time delay, dude. That's a courtesy violation.
That's a stroke. You're down by 3 now, Potty Matt.
And welcome back as we take a look from our Flight Factory drone, who has extended their free shipping offer through this weekend. Use code MVP2023 and get free shipping on your order through Sunday at flightfactorydisc.com.
So Calvin is going with the big hyzer, and it worked.
Wow.
It's a crash. You're trying to hit them trees and just kind of fall down by the basket.
It looked like he might have just parked it. A little bit right. Kicks down, maybe a lengthy putt left. If you keep an eye on the left side of this tee pad, you can get a great look at that big old stack of different layout tee signs if we come back to that tee.
Frustrated Eagle McMahon not finding the gap.
Just here on the left, you see them all there, stacked up 10 feet high.
So you see that big pine tree just on the left side of the screen there? That's really a great aiming point for that drifting backhand. And you're utilizing the speed of the downhill to just have that disc hold right. Isaac, he was a little too straight, a little bit inside that. Ricky, a little wider, got a little farther down the fairway.
This looks like it's going to test the right side.
Yeah, that's going to hit early. You really have to commit to that downhill shot aimed at that big pine and just let the disc work to the right. It's Kevin Jones.
Coming in too hot for Jones, so he'll go to the drop zone.
That's a risky shot. He went for it here in round number 1.
Was throwing for the solo lead there. If he
Yeah.
could have got on the green, it's looking like he'll go one shot backwards. Likely finish his day at 7 under.
A quick scrub of the leaderboard here. Matteo is the only one that's bogey free so far.
Quite a feat on this course.
He did get the green flag.
McMahon has to convert from circle 2, and that's to take the bogey on hole 15. Jump putt Jones from the drop zone. Just over the top, that's going to be a bogey. And he falls back to 7 under, still very much in contention for lead card or at least chase card action tomorrow.
I like early in the tournament going for that green. You know, it gives you a sense, especially if your drive's in a good spot, it starts to give you a little bit of a sense of confidence as you head towards the final rounds. Because you're gonna have that shot 3 more times. So he made that mistake. Can he make an adjustment as we head down towards Sunday?
I think certainly he can, and I like the fact that he missed it on the long side. It looked like a pretty good shot.
Agreed.
Just barely slipped over the wall. Ooh. That can run. Oh, that wall does catch him now. That's kind of a new addition. It's kind of friendly in that situation.
Ryan estimating about 40 feet left here for Heimburg.
So he was not as parked as we thought. It looks like that over-the-top shot is leaking long for people today.
Yeah, with that wind direction being from behind, it seems like it's carrying a little bit more than they were anticipating.
Oh, this is Gannon down here now, so his approach got away. This will be for par.
Let's put this on an Anheuser all the way around, and he hits a tree. So still obstructed. Gannon Burr now putting for bogey.
I mean, this is Burr to drop into a tie for 46th place. And it is not an easy putt.
Oh, and it looks like it's Calvin's turn.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Gannon's going to pull back and let Kelvin throw.
Good placement by our cameraman. Just turn the camera a little bit.
Low, and this could
man.
roll.
There's the wall
But that
should
wall,
save.
that wall is so helpful.
I don't know. He's still kind of looking. Is there a way through or over? Just a woefully low putt, though, for Calvin. Just having a good day, 6 under, and still that, we harp on it a lot just because he's in position so often. But that one below the cage, got to be frustrating. Not that you could read it on his face.
So not able to take advantage of the good drive. Heimburg will still walk away with a par. Now we head over to Simon on 17. The drive wasn't great, and this approach is also not great. TF16 with McMahon coming off a very frustrating hole 15.
That looked good.
Bradley Williams with his second on 18 and puts it on no problem.
Yeah, Bradley Williams knows what it's like to be a champion here at Maple Hill. A 6 under par, just the 1 bogey on hole number 7. Bradley Williams winning the inaugural Disc Golf Pro Tour event, which was held here at Maple Hill, winning in a playoff.
Ben Calloway, your leader at the moment. Orem putting himself into position on hole 17. Could find that 8 under. We'll see what he can do in the last hole and a half as he's trying to close out. Now, Heimburg, hole number 14.
I mean, you just have to say that here on 14, if you're going to put it within the circle, it is such a committed shot over this water.
This is low and left. Yeah,
I
you
think
see
that
the ripples
went back
there.
into the water.
It did. And one of the few players, if not the first MPO player we've seen today, actually find the water.
I think even a little unfortunate, too. I think generally that's skipping up the hill or grabbing on. But it wasn't a perfect shot. This is a lot closer to looking perfect. A little over the basket. Can it catch the wall? Yes, of course. That's the way to play it, especially with the addition of this wall. That is absolutely the shot.
So Calvin will proceed to the drop zone, as any shot coming to rest out of bounds players must proceed to the drop zone.
This is getting way away from Wysocki. Oh, and gets a kick back out, and it stays safe. That was going to be 150 feet into the woods.
Yeah.
And now he'll have an easy pitch up next to the pin.
Even for the best players in the world, it is so difficult to commit to a good 200 feet or 100 feet right of the basket.
Yes. And is this a new drop zone this year, or have we seen this?
We've seen this one before.
Okay.
This uphill 60-footer.
Okay. So, yeah, up into circle 2.
Yeah.
But a very scary angle.
Correct.
Simon's third on 17. Simon second guessing his decision making or execution or both. Now McMahon. Right next to the pin. That'll be a tap-in par. So Lizotte trying to save par now. He could use one good shot on this hole. And it could be to get the par.
Wow. Only 11 players have taken bogey or worse there on 17.
Yeah, that's generally one of the easiest holes on the course. And making it look easy is James Proctor.
Man, Proctor just, he's made some big putts today, but just the bogey strokes have gotten the better of him.
Lizotte, bogey look coming back.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that is a terrible hole for Simon Lizotte. He was moving in the right direction. That's going to derail things for him for the time being. Wow, what an effort. And what's he getting out of the water?
His mini.
You don't see that too often. Now, Orem for birdie. Moves to 8 under. He has a share of the lead along with Ben Calloway.
Yeah, Ben had the one bogey on his card. On hole number 5, Matteo still clean. Here's this putt. Well, actually, Sexton, I have not seen this drop zone before.
A little closer, isn't it? Oh, no. No.
There's his other disc. They're literally right next to each other.
Well, just as we started to see some of our superstars climbing up the board in Calvin and Simon, disaster strikes for both of them.
And I think that it's just a prime example of Maple Hill at its, I guess, depending on your perspective, its best or its worst.
Yeah, at its most vicious anyway.
Yeah, because this is, now putting for double bogey. And avoiding the out of bounds and keeping yourself, no.
No.
Oh my goodness. But avoiding the out of bounds, putting yourself in bounds off the tee is just paramount.
And Calvin's drive was about 6 inches from being in bounds and in circle 1.
Yeah.
But things have spiraled from there, and wow, another miscue. Isaac with a very makeable 25-footer or so. Low wind. Water always in the back of your mind.
I think a little more wind than those flags are indicating. Just watching the dust off of the chalk bag of Burr. It's into the head. You can see it.
But not enough wind to bother Isaac, I don't think. Whew. Nice to see one go in. That was a bit of a tough stretch for our cameras. A lot of missed putts, unfortunate rolls, doubles, triples coming down the stretch.
It's going to take Calvin from a tie for 4th down into a tie for about 24th.
Matteo trying to close out with a clean scorecard.
That's right. Okay. Got to get lucky. Oh, no. He's going to have to lay that up.
Might be the best thing for keeping bogey free.
We've said that so many times, haven't we, on 18?
Yeah, it's not the worst. He should be able to have pretty simple 2 shots to his par from there.
We've got more action on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Grow Generation. Today we're in Redding, California at one of our flagship stores. Let's go check it out. We are the largest hydroponics retailer in the country with over 60 locations nationwide. At Grow Generation, we carry thousands of products, from personal home gardens all the way up to large-scale cultivation facilities. So head over to growgeneration.com where you can find the store closest to you, or order online. Use the code DGPT for 10% off your next order.
So the slammer, it doesn't fly as far as the harp, but that's exactly what I designed it for. It was designed for me to be able to throw hard with real severe angles, a lot of flex shots, and it's a unique spot in the bag. So that's why I think it's becoming so popular.
With a smooth, clean shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
So as you guys were saying, maybe a blessing in disguise somewhat?
I think it's, if you're going to be short, you might as well be like wrapped up in a tree and have no thought about getting aggressive. I like that whole, I like being aggressive on that hole if your tee shot goes to plan. And if every other situation, I kind of like laying back. Aggressive. Fast swing from McMahon, a little low.
Now Robinson, tee of 15.
Testing your theory here, Sexton, of going directly up the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, 3/4 of the way.
Caught a late tree on the right, but still pretty good effort there from Isaac.
See how Heimburg can bounce back after the triple bogey. Gives him a look. Just a standstill for McMahon. Comes up short, but he should have a look for birdie.
A little too tight.
Oh,
but the kick.
Wow, champ love there.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was very fortunate.
That was going to be definitely out of bounds, short right, takes a late tree kick, and he's going to almost have a sure. But yeah, he does. He knows it's short. What a great kick. That makes dinner feel real good. And, you know, let's take a look at the putt here.
Can he make it pay off? That's the question. Lizotte in. And he bounces back after the double on 17. And he will scrape up a 4-under effort. Also, a moment ago, we had Gannon Burr.
Gannon's got this flex game. He's lining this up. He does this more often than about anybody else. Him and Nico LaCastro, super comfortable with that flex line. And in talking to Gannon lately, I played 2 rounds with him at the World Championships, and he was often like, oh, man, at least this is a flex. Like, he's much more confident with the flex than the flat shot, which is rare.
Yeah, it reminds me of Akil Laviska as well, who
Yeah.
So it was a lot of overstable plastic. Kale, a 2-time champion here at Maple Hill.
Rick's birdie opportunity comes up short and left. Not what you'd expect to see, especially when his putter looks so hot in the early goings of this round.
Man. It's the what ifs with Calvin in the putter today.
A completely deflated final feature card there.
Well played from Matt. Should be an easy par. Eagle shorter than I thought here on 17. Wow.
Another jam. With authority, McMahon slams it home on 17.
So he was not worried about going long. I mean, that was a lot of power from that putt. And what a beautiful scorecard from Matteo. 8 under, bogey free, plays 18 beautifully, gets his easy par.
And he's all tied up for first place. He'll get the nod over Callaway in terms of lower PDGA number when they tee off tomorrow.
And I don't know that anyone really has much of a shot to catch him after what we've seen.
McMahon with a birdie on 18. He could get to 6 under.
But as far as catching those 8s.
Oh, no chance. There's nobody on the course that can do that. Not even close. Besides McMahon at 5, Calvin is the second best at 3.
Wow.
What a shot. That's a wow shot. Right
Yeah,
there.
it is.
A near park job from Burr here on 16.
Burr trying to fight back. Just a few moments ago, we were talking about him being in a tie for 41st, and then turns around and birdies hole number 15 very easily, steps up to 16, got the birdie on 14.
Yeah, this making this birdie will bring him up into a tie for 26th. So pretty quickly moving 20 spots. But we also just saw Calvin drop 20 spots in one hole.
Yes.
Wysocki's hunting the basket.
Wow.
And gets the kick off the tree, a little backstop. Wysocki close range for birdie on 16.
Oh, Calvin really early out of the hand. Kicks back right. Fortunate.
Yeah, but it just doesn't hold well.
I'm glad to see this 16th listed at 476. For years it said 520, and I just couldn't wrap my head around it. 476 makes a lot more sense.
Just waiting for it to get rung up, but nonetheless, Wysocki on the dance floor trying to look for the easy birdie. And Nate, talk to us about your keys for closing, brought to us by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, we just saw the aggressive accuracy of Ricky Wysocki. Nearly perfect down the center there on number 16. Circle 2 putting. You're going to have a couple of circle 2 putts. We just saw some back there on 14. 15 always has circle 2 putts, and 16 as well. Hole 18 scoring. What is the game plan as you head up number 18? Where are your go zones? Where are your layup zones? This tournament always comes down to hole number 18.
And speaking of 18, we have McMahon teeing off on his final hole of the round.
Whoa.
Gets through.
I'll
Yes.
say. I thought that was well right, but I was wrong.
Heimburg should be able to clean up for par. Brian, if you're out there, can you talk to us about how wet it is? This always seems to be kind of a swampy, muddy area. And is that a problem for Robinson?
You know, I would say it's just about as swampy as every single time that we walk through here, because it feels like no matter what, it's a little swampy on this hole, but not terrible. Isaac has pretty decent footing, but still pretty deep in circle 2.
And he is fully committed with that right foot now.
Remember Antila back at the Champions Cup, just putting his foot right in the water.
Yeah. And Wysocki, big birdie.
Big smile for Ricky.
So we saw the birdie by Wysocki and then 3 pars by the rest of the group. They're going to take a walk to 17, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The National Amateur Disc Golf Tour is dedicated to bringing fun tournaments to amateur players across North America. We provide competitors with unique player pack options and prize fulfillment through discub.com. While offering a path for players to break into the pro ranks, we understand that for many of us, having fun and competing with friends is more important. Our events are a great way for players to support their local TDs and even qualify for national level tournaments. We're confident you'll love our events and hope that you'll come play with us, even if you plan on keeping your day job.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Introducing Disc Raptor, the best way to clean and dry your discs on the course. Make short work of mud, moisture, and dust in a quick spin. Made of quality materials that are built to last. Compact revolutionary design with synthetic turf and high surface microfiber cleaning surfaces. Lightweight and easy for travel. It's there when you need it. Welcome to the future of disc golf.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
You good?
Ken and Burt ready to go now on the TF17.
%50 of the field have birdied here on 17 today. Nate said, they've brought the out of bounds in on the left side of the fairway, forcing the players to really make sure and work that turnover out of this gap. You cannot let it go straight because you're going to easily find the out of bounds. And then the out of bounds is very close down by the basket as well.
Heavy on the turn.
That's kind of what we saw from Matteo. Still able to get up and down for birdie from that low right side.
Makes you worry a little more about that late OB because you have to play a more severe turning shot, where if you push up a little deeper, you can make the second shot basically straight. That looks really nice to me. Going to be a short turnover.
Yeah, what a nice view from the drone there. You can see the out of bounds line on the left. This looks really low. He's got to get lucky. Oh, no. Depending on the lie, that could be very difficult up and down.
Yeah, not a real good chance to be able to see the pin or have a lane to the basket. But for now, we're going to jump ahead to Barella, T of 18.
Oh.
OB to the left, which is not a common occurrence out here.
It's a pretty good angle. Perhaps still can save his par. He can get this shot right. And he can.
Barella looking at an OB par save on 18. McMahon
going to the backhand.
Kind of surprised to see the backhand there.
Much more difficult. But remember, we know that Eagle has been protecting that sidearm. That is a long sidearm from down there.
And thank you to the beautiful overview drone shots brought to us by friends at Flight Factory. They've extended their free shipping offer through this weekend. If you use the code MVP2023, you get free shipping on your order through Sunday, all at flightfactorydisc.com. Birdie to close out for McMahon, and he gets it.
Two bogey, 6 under for McMahon. This par would be a 2 under for Barella. And it's such a common thing we see. Barella 2 under through 4 holes, finishes his round 2 under. This is one of those courses where it's hard to continue to build because you have so many opportunities to step back a stroke or two.
Sure.
All right, Calvin did find an arm swing here. Oh, yeah.
Really nice.
Take that all day.
He'll be putting back uphill from deep of the basket.
Just think, if he's 10 feet to the left, there's no chance. Finds a arm swing, and even though the power skip goes past the pin, he's going to have an uphill look for birdie.
Is this just a speed thing that we're seeing Wysocki go with the turnover as opposed to a little forehand flick?
I think it's an angle thing. You need a little bit more right finish. Like the forehand skip doesn't get enough right.
Well, and the one thing that I also look at is that the sidearm, you could easily juice it too far forward, find that corner out of bounds. As to where the backhand turnover, you can really guarantee that as long as you put it on your angle, it's going to drift right, because that's the mistake to make, is right, as there's no out of bounds on the right side of the basket whatsoever. So this entire group You have 4 guys in the group, obviously. 2 of them are 3 under. 2 of them are 2 under. Burr and Robinson, both 2 under. Calvin and Ricky, both 3 under.
Burr going to go for that huge jump putt that he's known for. I think he's capable of 180 potentially with that. It's pretty amazing to see in person. Nicely done.
I'll throw it out to Brian one last time. Brian, any thoughts on what we've seen out here today and what Maple Hill is providing on our opening round?
Oh, man, look at these scores, Terry. I mean, Maple Hill has shown its teeth today on one of the most beautiful days that we've ever had out here. I love it. I absolutely love it. I can't wait to see the next 3 rounds.
And Wysocki loves it as well. From way deep, he converts on 17.
And he knew it right away. He started to chase that one down. What a putt from Wysocki. I'm a little bit surprised to see him that far left. I think that ground play kicked his disc up left, but
and did you see how close to the out of bounds he was?
Exactly, just by a few feet.
But what a putt.
Wow. Massive.
That pushes Wysocki to 4 under. Heimburg gets the putter going again.
This putt that is upcoming for Gannon Burr. Remember, we talked about him being in 40th place, down in the 40s. This is now for 4 birdies in a row since we said that.
Burr continues to fight back.
Up into a tie for 22nd place.
Wasn't so sure of it, but ultimately falls in. Funny to see the 2 different reactions of Isaac Robinson, not sure, kind of waiting on it, and Ricky Wysocki, on the other hand, thanks to our friends at Barbasol. We're going to take a look at this close shave replay. He knows it even quicker as he starts to run it down. Ricky Wysocki, the birdie on 17. Thank you to our friends at Barbasol.
Gannon? Ricky? Isaac? Calvin?
I think all of the players in today's group, final group, would be disappointed with some of their performances on some of the holes, but ultimately they're still in it. You know, this tournament is one that you really have to build on. It's not kind of a race to the front and then, you know, they just stay up there. There's a lot of building that can happen. Even being on the 4th card, come round 2, you can work your way onto that 3rd or chase to the lead come final round. That's really what can happen here at Maple Hill. So every shot counts, even here on 18, critical to make the right decision and avoid giving up too many strokes.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you've got a 4-rounder, and especially here where today, as of right now, we have 7 holes on the course averaging over par. And keep in mind, this is the top 72 players on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. There's no slouches in this whole field. So that tells you a lot about how difficult the course is. That's a lot of holes that are pushing these guys to an over par average. That means you're not achieving much on your way to victory on the first day. You could definitely shoot yourself out of it. You always say that with golf. But, yeah, I agree with you. These guys all still in the hunt. Just the forehand's all Ricky needs. That's
so
big
what a
time.
Huge advantage. Because it's so much more consistent. You saw the shot from Burr. He went with something extremely understable, played it on that left side, twisted it around the corner. That was beautiful. But Ricky able to just kind of one angle, slam one up there, and put it in the fairway.
And the left side OB is the one that Anthony Barella found. So that forehand working away from it, if you've got the power, go for it. Isaac's going to be caught up. They're fighting through over there today. That's the second one we've seen.
And thank you so much for joining us. If you're watching on YouTube right now, but if you go ahead and scan that code or hit the link in the description, you can possibly get 1 month free with the code MVP Live. Go ahead and scan that QR code. I think we're doing it backwards, guys. We've got the most exciting jam-packed month ever coming up, and somehow we're giving that one away live or for free on our live. That doesn't make sense. I think we should be charging a premium and doing it the opposite way, but nonetheless, looks like a good deal, guys.
I just don't see it's free. Why not do it? Right? I mean, now you can watch rounds 2, 3, and 4 of this event. You can see who wins this one, not to mention the ones that are upcoming in the coming weeks as well. It's going to be an exciting month of disc golf. We're right here for it, no matter what.
As you were saying, the U.S. Women's next week. Then we're going to have the U.S. DGC along with Throw Pink. And then the week after that, we'll have the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship, all right here on the Disc Golf Network.
I kind of want to clarify something that we were saying earlier when we were saying, oh, that could be a good thing. Right, we were talking about Matteo getting caught up, forcing him to lay up. The reason we're saying that is because Matteo's tee shot wasn't ideal. If he gets through up into a spot where he's now thinking maybe, that's why we're saying it. Not because we don't.
Yeah, correct.
We can't birdie.
And especially against the backdrop of being 8 down bogey free.
Correct.
That's when I think you can start to think of it and go, actually, you know what? Maybe not pressing here is a good thing. And if you're a player playing as well as Matt, and if you get a good drive, you're going. He's not going to lay up from the perfect spot. But we've seen it be a bit of a coin flip, even for the best players, from the perfect spot. So you start to think, actually, not the worst thing. Get him out of here stress-free.
Yeah, I just don't want the fans at home to be thinking that I'm kind of kind of half over the line, because with Kevin Jones, I said, yeah, there's no question he's going for this, even if he takes a bogey. He was 8 under going into that hole, finishes 7 down. Kevin was in a good spot. I think early in the tournament, you have to go for that green so you can start to judge the distance, especially when you're on a good round like he was today. So Burr going to go to the backhand here. Such a challenging backhand shot. The green is articulated at a 45-degree angle to the fairway as they're playing right now. So you have to get this backhand to go up and drift pretty hard right to avoid pushing too long or coming too short.
And we're going to go over this tree, perhaps. Yes.
Oh, and just inches short of getting onto the green. Burr out of bounds.
They've pulled back the OB a bit up there by the green, I'm noticing as well. Makes the layup just a little bit more tricky. If you want to push up there and think about making that long jump putt from the short side of the green, that might not be possible anymore. Rick is not worried about the short side, though.
Just trying to pick a point in the sky. Trust the preparation.
He's done it. Wysocki, a tap-in birdie to close out. Caddy Fern right there, loving it.
That birdie will bring him inside the top 10. I think a more difficult angle here for Calvin because he has to throw a flex. And a little bit too much angle or not enough can bring in short or long. I think from where Ricky was, he could just put it on that hyzer angle and trust it.
I think Calvin might also be able to.
A little bit of flex on
Maybe
it.
a bit. Oh, and he does.
Oh, but
does
is he
it get
gonna-
back in bounds?
No. Oh, he hits the island, rolls back, almost gets back into the short side inbounds, but he's going to be out.
Yeah, it was a little bit more difficult location.
It's just how you have to put that little bit of flex on it, and it changes the trajectory of the flight of the shot versus where Ricky was, where he could just literally play one angle.
Crazy to see, and what we're looking at if we're taking a look at today's play and how it stacks up and what the shifting means. You see Paul Ulibarri currently into the Tour Championships. He's bolded right there. Andrew Presnell and Robert Burridge out.
Well, Presnell is in. And it's just due to the fact that Macbeth, there's a whole thing there, but 32nd is in as it stands right now. So Presnell would theoretically make it. Bob Burridge is the first player out.
And we saw a forehand by Isaac Robinson to get here as he was just trying to pitch up.
And another mistake on a jump. Another mistake on a jump putt.
Yeah. I think he just threw that out of bounds.
He did. He absolutely did. That makes 4 of those from a jumping situation where he's gone from what would seem like a relatively easy shot to making additional strokes.
Yeah, and 2 of them right here. That is crazy.
He's just trying to throw this lofty turn putt, and it just comes out of his hand not clean. It didn't have the pop.
And he knew it right away.
And it's a risky play to take that inside corner. He could have played the wider shot, maybe had a 20-footer.
Yes.
These are makeable putts. We've seen so many great players make putts from this region. For par, for birdie. One of the best crowds in disc golf here on hole number 18.
Enough power, but too high there for Gannon Burr. He's going to walk away with a bogey, most likely. Well, Heimburg wasn't low, which is his normal miss. Gave it a good shot.
I think in this situation, this is a perfect example of how 18 can be so diabolical because Ricky's going to take 2 strokes minimum on the card.
Yeah.
In fact, he's going to take more on Isaac.
Gannon Burr in for bogey to close out.
That's going to put Isaac at just 1 under on today's round. And he did not play bad. He just made some bad mistakes.
Wysocki picking up strokes on the entire card as he closes out 18. And just like that, we see Matt Orem along with Ben Calloway knotted up at the top at 8 under, Kevin Jones at 7, and then a few of our top players sitting there at 6 under. Welcome in, everyone. Sexton, 1 round down here at the MVP Open. What do you think?
Man, it was a good day. I think the guys that were able to finish strong on that back 9 certainly pulled themselves up into a good position. It's not really quite the usual suspects yet. We'll see if that continues, but I think it'll be a fun lead card.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what we want to see from not only the final playoff event as we head towards the Tour Championship, but also from Maple Hill. This is exactly. We want to see the best players in the world be challenged. We want to see the world champion shoot just a 1 under. What can Isaac do over the next 3 rounds? Only time will tell. But I think ultimately today was awesome. I loved every second of it, and I cannot wait for tomorrow. It's going to be a great lead card, but it's going to be great action all over the course as you're going to see all these guys fighting for strokes.
Yeah, no point could any of our players let up. Just as soon as the little momentum was gained, well, you're going to run into a wall, or you're going to run into the water, or
Exactly.
you're going to run into that one tree that's going to ultimately cause a double bogey. It was great to see who could battle, who could fight through it, and what we're going to do in round number 2. We've got more analysis, a little more breakdown. We're going to have, of course, the OTB shot of the day, all of that and more on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Whether you're out playing a tournament or just hanging out with friends, don't let your grip cost you strokes out on the disc golf course.
Aaron, try this.
When you have a better grip on your discs, you have the confidence to perform your best with each throw and every putt. Whale sacks are whale-shaped grip bags designed to dry your hands so you can trust that you have the best grip on your disc. Get a whale sack, because better grip means better confidence.
Millennium's Quantum Vela is a Speed 7 fairway driver. It's great for hyzers out of the box and seasons into a straight disc. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium. Get yours at golfdisc.com.
Putting is where we get all of our strokes shaved off at the end of the rounds. It's always important to make clutch putts towards the end of tournaments. If you're on the biggest stage, you want to make sure you're confident with what you're playing with.
So I start with my putters. I like 300 PA3s. I putt with the PA3.
My putters are 300 PA3s.
PA3 is perfect for my spin putt. They go straight, dead straight.
So having less glide, stiff plastic, the beads, pretty much my ideal putter right here.
What a shot by Simon.
What a veteran play by Simon. Beautiful putt. Great putt. I'm blown away.
Champion at the Great Lakes Open, Simon Lizotte.
been rocking these polos all year. I love the breathability and comfortability. They've allowed me to perform at a high level. Check them out at flightfactorydisc.com.
Welcome back. We've got one of our co-leaders in Matt Orem. He caught up with the PDGA's own Hayden Henry just after his round. Let's hear from them now.
All right, and we're here now with Matteo Orem. Matteo, just how hard is bogey-free to accomplish at Maple Hill?
Enough that I believe I ain't never done it before. It's so tricky. Every hole's got its own little character. Any little bit can happen, a little wind, a little anything, so I didn't even know I went bogey free, but hey.
Talk about the start you had today. I mean, the real stretch of holes that proves to be difficult for most of the field is the front nine. I mean, it seems to play over par every single year, and you found yourself 3 under on the front 7. You feeling good at that number?
Feel pretty good. I just try to take what the course can give me. I quit trying to park all those holes and just try to put them in play, get my 35, 40-footer on some of them. It's okay on those, so I'm just trying to use my brain for once on those holes. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, Matteo, how are you feeling coming off the 3rd place finish at Worlds? You're now leading Maple Hill. Like, are you ready to take one of these down?
As ready as I'm gonna be. I just try to tell myself to treat every day as a normal day because that's the best I can do. That's the only thing that makes me me. It's when I put the inside pressure on me, I ain't gonna have that no more. So I'm just gonna try to be me and make it as normal as possible.
Well, any holes out there today that you feel like you're going to adjust after playing it in the calm conditions? You changing your game plan up at all?
Maybe hole 3. That's it. I've been just trying to flip it over to the right. I might get a little more aggressive on that one, just a hair, and then just going to try to stick to do the same thing. Just going to put it in play. I'm going to run the ball first and then pass if I have to, you know.
Well, right now you're lined up to play with Ben Calloway and your good friend Kevin Jones. How are you feeling about a lead card performance at a place like Maple Hill?
Just happy to be here, man. Just happy to be here.
All right, you heard it from Matteo, guys. Matt, we'll see you tomorrow.
Roll 2. Finish, and that was actually Nate Perkins, so thank you to Nate and Matt Orem. And if you want to hear from our other co-leader in Ben Calloway, I believe he'll be featured in Tournament Central, which if you stay right here, don't touch your dials, even though we don't use those anymore, but don't go clicking anywhere. Tournament Central has more analysis and breakdown. Nate Perkins along with our friend Brian Earhart talking about what we saw here today. And before every round, they give you a pregame, and then after the round, they'll give you a postgame, along with some highlights and additional interviews. Stay here, Tournament Central. And with that, as we said, our first day is in the books. I feel like the favorite line that I just heard from Matteo is he said, I'm going to use my brain for once. He's got a lot of years under his belt. I feel like he could be blindfolded and go out there with a couple of paper plates and somehow still put on a show. He's just that talented after all of these years. But is it Orem's time to take a big one down?
I for his sake, I hope so. I think he certainly more than deserves it. It would be an incredible feat. He's got a long way to go, but if he can, continue playing smart, hitting fairways like he's been doing, it's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, and Doss, we talked about it just during one of our breaks today about what the overall career has been from Matt Orem. Of course, en route to your first World Championships in 2005, he was on that Final 9 lead card with you in 2005. He was a couple years younger than you, and now here we see him 18 years later making a lead card just a week ago. What about that skill set, and what can you say about Matt Orem?
Well, Matteo is committed to being a disc golfer, and he always has been. This is what Matt O does. I mean, from years ago down the Southern Nationals with his dad, down the southern part of the United States, and from the World Championships in 2005 to the one just a few weeks ago, Matt Orem has, for 18 years, been doing some great work out on the disc golf course. But when you look at today's round, he was 83% fairway hits. He had 0 out of bounds, and he was something like 67% inside circle too. Those are the 3 keys to success that we talked about at the beginning of the show. And he did it. He's tied for the lead. I cannot imagine that Ben Callaway was much different. It's about hitting these fairways and not putting yourself in tough positions. And even if you're just off the fairway, can you scramble and get those pars? That is a key to success. And listen to what Matteo said. He's not trying to park the holes.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to give himself opportunities, make a putt or two, but ultimately make par. And that's what he did. He was the only player today to go bogey-free.
Yeah, very impressive. Ben Callaway is tied with him, as we just said, at that 8 under. Kevin Jones sitting at 7 under. And then, as we mentioned, someone who's won here before, the first ever Disc Golf Pro Tour event to ever exist took place at Maple Hill. I believe it was June of 2016, if I recall. That's when the Disc Golf Pro Tour officially got started. Bradley Williams took down Michael Johansson in a playoff at that particular event. So we know that Bradley Williams knows how to play really well here, and it's going to be fun to see what he can do out here tomorrow along with the rest of the lead card. So we're going to close it out, but first we have to take a look at our OTB, only the best shot of the day. Do you guys have a guess?
Well, we were trying to guess, and then we thought, how'd we open the show? It was a hole-in-one from Yuli.
Well, that's I like that one. I also love the shot that we saw from Ezra Robinson on that same hole. Not quite an ace, but the fact that he did capitalize and still was able to turn that into a birdie. But let's see what production has for us. Here it is, your OTB, only the best shot of the day.
What is it?
Oh,
my
this
goodness.
is so fitting.
What?
I like this.
It truly is.
Yuli's saying I aced hole 8, but we were floored when he threw this shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Not something you've seen many people try if you've been watching this tournament or played in this tournament. That right side is there for when the basket's in a shorter location. Like, it's not really thought of as a route to this one.
And you even see the reaction of Matt Graham there, who's played plenty of rounds out here. I'd go as far as saying, I bet you 0 other MPO competitors went up the gut there today. So to see Isaac Robinson do that and capitalize with the birdie.
I would not take that bet, but I will say this. None of them were that close to the basket.
There you go. Well, tomorrow we're going to bring you round number 2. Our FPO coverage begins with Tournament Central at 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll be back in the afternoon at 1:30 p.m. Eastern for the men's side. For Brian Earhart out on the ground, along with Nate Doss and Nate Sexton, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
And with that, a beautiful day at Maple Hill is over. Round 1 of the MVP Open at Maple Hill is complete for the MPO division, and we are wrapping things up here with our final Tournament Central of the day. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. Maple Hill showed its teeth out there today. All the changes were now played in competition for the first time. What can you take away from this?
Well, it's the first time in a long time that the course has actually averaged under par, but I still agree with that statement that it really showed its teeth, and that's the thing about Maple Hill. It doesn't matter if it's calm or if it's windy, which is typically how we see it. 8 miles per hour out of the north, which is the ideal wind for this course. But still, you and I were out there, Brian, and it felt at times like it was much gustier than that, and that the wind felt pretty unpredictable out there. So to see it average under par, best players in the world playing pretty well.
Well, and still with that, a few holes still averaged over par, even with the best players in the world playing in the playoffs. And you're right in saying that one of the underrated elements here of the challenge of Maple Hill is when you're playing certain holes and you feel a gust of wind through the trees coming off the water, you start to look at other holes out in the distance like, okay, what is the wind now doing on 14? What's the wind doing on 5? And you're really having to compartmentalize quite a bit of the conditions as you approach different portions of the course. And with that, 8 under par was our hot round of the day. The course scored fantastic. And the two leaders at 8 under par, Matt Orem, Ben Callaway. Matteo, yet again, playing himself into the lead, putting himself into contention. It seems like week after week we're talking about him, and still he hasn't taken down that first win.
Yeah, he's another one of those guys, right, where it's like, is there a mental block there from keeping him from taking down Elite Series or a major? And in talking with him today, Brian, he's had over 20 rounds out here at Maple Hill, and I think he said this was his very first bogey-free round that he's ever shot. Perhaps the only one in the field. I couldn't get all the way down that UDisc leaderboard, but definitely in the top 10, the only bogey-free round of the day. And just one Circle 1 miss on the day for Matteo. We actually had the chance to speak with him after his round, and I had to hold back, Brian. Of course, Texas just beat Alabama, and in the interview, he was just on his toes, waiting for me to give it to him, and I never did, and he thanked us later. But what do you have to say about this putt right here on hole 15? Look at him drop this 50-footer in.
That's what he always does. When he has the gallery behind him, he loves the momentum from a shallow Circle 2 look, and a player like him will always thrive here at Maple Hill because this is the most electric crowd in disc golf. They're all over the property. There's thousands of people that are coming here throughout the week. This is only to his advantage because of how much he loves playing in front of the crowd. Another player that we've talked about for a long time, another player that has only recently gone on tour but has been good for over a decade, Ben Callaway from Iowa. 8 under par. It seems like he plays extremely well here every year. Talk about Ben. Talk about what you noticed out there from him today.
Yeah, it's the first thing he said. He always plays well out here. And, Ben said that the last 3 tournaments were kind of a letdown for him. During the middle part of the season, he really started to get confident. And his performance at Worlds is just not what he was looking for. And so for him to dig deep and find a rhythm out here says a lot of where he's at. That stretch there on the back 9, 10 through 14, I mean, to string those together when it matters most, that downhill tee shot on 13 was just so crisp out of his hand today. And then a good putt toward the water on 14.
That's the thing about Ben Callaway that I feel like everybody talks about when they talk about him as an athlete. He seems to have everything. It reminds me of a Tristan Tanner type character. It's just the complete skill set. He's got the power, he's got the shaping with power, he's got the finesse, he's got the shaping with finesse, he's got the forehand, he's got one of the best looking push putts in the game. Can he perform 3 more rounds out here, Nate? What do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, I think he's playing for, a lot more than other people. I mean, mid-30s. He has a daughter. He's playing this game to try and support his family and keep this dream alive. And I know that might put a little pressure on it, but I feel like that's also going to kind of force him to dig deep. And I think we all know that a Callaway, it wouldn't surprise anybody if Callaway won an Elite Series or even a major. Like you said, he's got the skills.
We did talk to Ben after his round today. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Here now with Ben Callaway. Ben, you just told us that you haven't checked the scores. Would you be surprised to learn that you're leading the tournament here at Maple Hill?
Yeah, I would say I'm a little surprised by it. I mean, I knew I was shooting well, but I didn't know exactly how well. I let my caddy just kind of do his thing and, not tell me any of the scores, because sometimes I can look at my phone and I don't really want to do that. So he just took my phone away from me, and, he did his job, did his due diligence. So, yeah. Wow, that's crazy, though.
8 down, it's a pretty solid round. I want to hear about the front half of the course. Like, break down how difficult it really is, that stretch of par 3s from hole 2 through hole 8. Talk about those holes.
Yeah, I mean, they're very difficult, very demanding tee shots. If you hit early, it can be very difficult to get up and down for the par. So once you get through that stretch, you feel kind of like a little sigh of relief. The back half of the course plays a little easier. Still tough. You need to hit your lines. Still need to make your putts, obviously. But yeah, I was just very fortunate to throw enough good shots through those very tight wooded lines and make some solid putts.
Yeah, and then you strung together 5 in a row on the back with some pretty incredible birdies. The downhill birdie on 13, that's a rare one, and then the birdie on 14. You just seem so comfortable. I got to see some of your putts out there. Talk about how confident you're feeling right now this late in the season.
These last few tournaments actually haven't been as confident as I would like to have been. The middle stretch of the year was very good for me, doing some really good things with golf, but these last 3 tournaments were kind of, they weren't really good. I think I missed 2 events in the cash. But coming into this event, I felt, very confident. I usually play very well here at Maple Hill. For whatever reason, I don't know what it is. It's probably just because we finally get to throw some mid-ranges and some fairway drivers, and that's great. So, but coming into this tournament, yeah, I feel very confident.
All right. How do you feel like 8 under is going to hold up with the rest of the field finishing up here in the next hour?
Hopefully it holds up to where I can just make lead card. I'm not exactly sure what anybody's shooting, like I mentioned before. If it does, great. If not, then I'll just hopefully do the rest, this weekend.
All right. Thanks, Ben. Catch you tomorrow.
Thank you.
A very stoic mindset coming from Ben Calloway, just trying to live in the moment. Seems to be a recipe for success out here in the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Another player hoping to stay in the moment, Kevin Jones, close to tying them for the lead. The bogey on 18 puts him at 7 under. Third place, he's 50% on birdies. He's also first place in the field, C2 in regulation. Nate, you caught almost all of Kevin's round. What did you notice?
I did. I got to go out there and enjoy the round with, it was Kevin Jones, James Conrad, Aaron Gossage, and Bradley Williams. And, sometimes you approach a card and you kind of, it feels a little tense. And you're like, I don't know if this is the card I really want to follow today. No one's really talking to each other. Like, there's no camaraderie. Everyone's just kind of in their own lane. And that's okay. It's golf. We can expect that sometimes. And then other times you walk up to a card and you're like, this is the place to be right now. I mean, these guys are joking with each other. Even after, missed putts and, even OB strokes, they're still having a good time. And I want to touch on something. Kevin Jones is one of those athletes, Brian, that he'll look at you and tell you, I just don't have it this week. I don't know where the disc is going. There's a few athletes out there that'll do that. Paul Ulibarri has been one of those guys for many years. He said, I'm going to play well this week. I'm going to get 12 birdies. I'm going to bogey 3 of them, and he'll do just that. Kevin is another one of those guys. He looked at me and he said, I'm going to play well this week. I know where my disc is going. I'm throwing the mid-range great. And he was right. He bogeyed the 5th there and was just not uncomfortable, just feeling so confident. And then mid-range on hole 8, Brian, it's 364. The headwind was in his face a little bit, and, his card mates are looking at him like, are you going to disc up? It's windy, and he just worked that mid on hyzer, floated it all the way over there. Didn't miss a circle 1 putt all day. The miss on 12 was actually incorrect. He actually laid that putt up. But they were just having so much fun out there, Brian. And I think that's when we see Kevin Jones playing his best golf, when he's cheering on the people on his card, when he's getting excited about his own shots, throwing grenades and turning to the crowd and say, did you see that? Did you see that line? Isn't that sick? That's the Kev that we've seen win on the tour before.
It is, and it's hard to keep that level of energy for 4 straight rounds, but I would say he's one of the few players that picks that wavelength and can stay within that throughout a 3-4 round tournament. So looking forward to seeing him stay within that focus throughout the week because, like you said, he is the kind of guy that'll just openly say, yeah, I'm going to play well. We talked to him after his round today, and let's listen to what he had to say about his round.
Here now with Kev Jones. Kev, I was out there following most of your round, actually. Talk about just how light it felt out there. You had some friends on your card. You seemed to be having a good time.
Yeah, it was perfect weather today, so we started off with that. It's also nice because we're cruising through the course. There's 12-minute gaps between each card, so you're really able to find a groove. And today I just felt pretty good all around. Like, the putt felt good, and even more importantly, like, my drives are feeling on. So it made it really fun today. I snuck in some extra jump putts, and that really solidified my round.
Yeah, in previous years, you've come to this course and you said if you're not on, it can really punish you. Can you talk about that front nine and just how specific some of those birdies are, and how did you feel today playing them?
I mean, the front nine's really important, and I've struggled on it in past. I don't know what my all-time statistics are, but anything can happen. Even if you are on out there on the front nine, doesn't guarantee you anything. So it's all about managing with what you got, taking what you get given to you, and then just trying to get a good score out of it.
Yeah, talk about that back nine and how you were getting some of those putts to drop that 65-footer on 13, and then that diamond shot on 14 over the water that nearly dropped in.
Yeah, 14's a tough hole because it's just right there on that water line, so you have to get really aggressive. And I wasn't trying to, but the wind dropped my disc, and so that's like an extra birdie for me. The great play there is just to chip it way left and then chip up, take your 3. But I got lucky, parked that one, and got the birdie on 16 also, which was a huge boost.
And last question for you. What do you think it is that about Maple Hill that every player seems to name this as their favorite course in the country?
Definitely wouldn't say every player names it. That's definitely, it's a polarizing course, to say the least. But it's the views. It's easily the views and the history that we have out here. It's very nostalgic, and it feels special playing.
All right, Kev. Good to see you play today. Congrats on the 7 under par. We'll see you tomorrow. Likely chase card or potentially lead.
Awesome. Thank you, Nate.
Joining Kevin Jones, Ben Calloway, and Matt Orem is Bradley Williams, and you were on that card with Kevin Jones, watching Bradley as well. You know Bradley very well. You're from Texas. You're from the Austin area, most specifically. What did you see from Bradley out here today?
Well, it's just veteran play out there. I think that any player, you kind of feel like when you're on a string of pars that time is running out, and you start to panic, and you can't really do anything about that at Maple Hill. At 2 down on the front, that's not too slow, but to go pars on 9 through 12, I just didn't see a change in his demeanor. He stayed nice and comfortable. I think his favorite hole on the course is that downhill tee shot on 13. It was a slight tail today, and he dreams of throwing those straight mids today. He threw Mako down the hill, and it was just on a dime the entire way. And he just has so much confidence in those shapes. That's not really a shape that we see too often. Then he played safe on 14, threw the same disc on 15, and finished strong with birdies on 17 and 18. And I think at no point in his round did he feel like he was playing golf that would net him a lead card performance. And so just to see him stay so calm and collected and having fun with Kev, Gossage, and James out there. I actually have one more little anecdote that I want to add. Gossage was going full grunt out there today on his drives, and the card was just loving every moment of it. And Bradley actually started to mimic Gossage and started to add a little grunt of his own, and we had a nice little gallery that was gathered, and Bradley became the comedian of the entire little gallery. So he was having fun out there, Brian.
Well, clearly it's easy to have fun when you are the first champion of the first Disc Golf Pro Tour event here at Maple Hill. And Bradley obviously has the skill set to be one of the players to play this course perfectly. So looking forward to seeing this well-rounded lead card go off tomorrow. With that said, we have a commercial break. On the other side, much more disc golf to talk about. We'll see.
Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Down.
What a shot by Simon.
What a veteran play by Simon.
Beautiful putt.
Great putt. I'm blown away.
Champion at the Great Lakes Open, Simon Lizotte.
Billy Rossini and I go back to 2007, I believe. Billy was one of the guys that was actually sponsored in Charlotte by Innova. He said, hey, here's my product, and I was already in. All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is gonna be really important. We feel that it's good quality product. And having a stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. It's not just my business partner, it's my friend. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
Join the Paul McBeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul McBeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time. Uplay's awesome. They've come out and helped many of the foundation projects down in South America, Europe, and now here in Detroit. So, huge shout out to Luke, Raven, Cynthia, Randon, and Connor. Solid 5. Invite them to any project.
And welcome back. You are watching Tournament Central. The MVP Open is happening this week on the Disc Golf Network. If you're not already subscribed to DGN, you can subscribe today and use the code MVP Live, all one word, at checkout for a free month subscription of the Disc Golf Network. Scan the QR code or hit the link in the YouTube description to subscribe today to watch the rest of the disc golf season as it unfolds. So much disc golf left. Majors, huge events, U.S. Women's, USDGC, even the Tour Championship at Nevin. Make sure to subscribe. MVP Live, all one word. Nate, we have to talk about our feature card. We had some serious star power going off on this final card of the day, and nobody seemed to really put it together except for Ricky Wysocki at the very end. What do you make of this?
I mean, the greens are menacing out here, and I feel like that's where a lot of the players struggled is just not connecting. This shot from Gannon, I mean, there's so many holes out here, Brian. That's the downhill hole 6. You hit the gap, you're in the clear. You miss the gap, it's one of those instant bogey situations. 6 is probably the quickest double bogey on the course, and this is where we've seen Calvin actually struggle over the last month and a half. And it seems to be that same miss, Brian. Is there anything mechanical that's going on with that putt? He's just not getting up above the hips, is he?
It's weird because his putt has some of the least amount of moving parts possible. He has that true push putt. And me and you called him back at the Texas State Championships. We thought he was going to be unstoppable forever. We thought it was game over, new era of disc golf moving in. This guy's hitting 80-footers. And you know what? It just comes and goes, and all the best players in the world will say it. Even Isaac Robinson, just not quite with it out there today. I will say Isaac's gap hitting was still fantastic. I feel like his scrambling wasn't great. The putt wasn't spectacular from range. Gannon in general just looked flat and just didn't seem to have answers for some of the situations he found himself in. And then, we just go back to Calvin, and it just didn't look like his day. I mean, he took a nasty triple bogey on 14 after getting a nasty wind drop. Isaac just had some weird misfortune there. I mean, the players just didn't play sharp. And at Maple Hill, with the wind swirling and doing all sorts of weird stuff, if your release points are not on, it's not going to be a good day for you. The one thing I will say is Ricky Wysocki had a great finish. He birdied the last 3 holes. The one thing I want to zoom in on real quick as we wrap up, I watched the feature card play the new hole 9. We talked about it all week. We had 2 players, Calvin and Ricky, both have birdie putts from the other side of the creek from Circle 2. I think we're going to see more players over time playing for that putt. You saw the only birdie of the day in Gossage. Talk about how they played it out there.
Yeah, so Kevin Jones was first on the pad, and they were talking about what's required to actually be able to see the pin, and they all agreed that it's a 500-foot shot if you actually want a visual on this pin, and it's one specific shape, Brian. There's no room on the left to shape the ante. You have to punch an understable driver on hyzer out to the left, and it has to break at least 300 feet down the fairway back to the right with the soft fade at the end of the flight. Gossage smoked the driver, got it to turn just a little bit, started to drift to the right about here, and then he actually faded out early, missed a couple of those trees, and then rolled down the hill toward the pond. Gossage just had like 250 in a little putter, goes to park it. Most players that I saw play the ninth, though, Brian, they were playing before the hill. So they're not really trying to get it across this late island. Like you said, they're just going to chip something toward this little waterfall right here down by that stump. That leaves you a 50, 60 footer across the creek right there. It was the hardest hole on the course, just one birdie on the day.
Well, we saw like every speed of disc come out of the players' hands today, too. We saw Isaac Robinson go with the mid-range just straight up the gut. We saw Calvin Heimburg club up to a destroyer to try to actually go for the birdie. I am so excited to see how the strategy the players implement on that hole evolves over time and even over the course of the weekend. We have one last player to talk about, and that's Eagle McMahon, who, according to the UDisc rankings, is the #1 player in the world right now as of late. He is tied for 4th place right now, 6 under par, a solid opening effort. What do you have to say about Eagle right now?
Yeah, I think it's a great start for the bird. I don't feel like Maple Hill really matches up with his strengths too much. I think that a lot of this front nine is just such specific holes and shapes. It's really speed control on the front, and speed is really where Eagle shines. And here's him for his second birdie of the round on the 5th from the straddle. There's no problem with a little crosswind right there.
Nate, he's 100% circle 1X, 67% from circle 2. I don't care how you're throwing the disc. If that's how you're putting inside circle 2 and closer, that's ridiculous. That's going to score you well everywhere. And on a course like this, you're going to find a lot of circle 2 looks. You're going to find a lot of late circle 1 looks. You're not going to find a lot of bullseyes out here on this course. Look at this putt. He was doing this at PEI. He was doing this previously in the season. This man, in my opinion, has the best putting stroke in disc golf right now. It seems limitless in its range. It seems rock solid out of his hand, even when you slow-mo it. So good in the wind. He can control the nose angle, the height. It's ridiculous right now to even just watch that part of his game to continue to evolve.
Yeah, and he's added a little step, hasn't he? Mm-hmm. There on 17, it almost looked like an impossible putt the way he had to barely get the nose up, but over the last 2 seasons, he hasn't been stepping through on those circle 2 putts at all, but now he's kind of got a little jump following it through, and we actually got to speak to Eagle about his round, and it's a good interview. Let's take a listen now. Now with Eagle McMahon. Eagle, how'd Maple Hill treat you today?
It treated me generally pretty well. I definitely earned my 6 under. Made, I think, 4 or 5 outside the circle putts, a few really good saves. So luckily the putter was on today, which definitely helped get to that 6 under mark.
And on paper, it looked like it was pretty calm out there, but walking the course, there seemed to be some swirly wind. How do you think that affected the golf today?
Yeah, we didn't have virtually any wind up until hole 8. After hole 8, it seemed to be a wind out of the north, and a few of the holes definitely made it more difficult, but a majority we were playing with a tailwind, so it actually gave us a little bit of distance. And of course on the putting green, definitely you thought twice when you were throwing putts. But generally speaking, the conditions were really good, not a cloud in the sky, and a nice 70 degrees.
Well, Eagle, it was just a few days ago and 700 plus miles that I interviewed you on Prince Edward Island. How's your body feeling after such a long trip and such an arduous event?
I actually feel really good right now. I opted for a day off after PEI and practice on Tuesday, and actually didn't get to practice Maple yesterday, but made the most out of my time, hit the gym, and freshened up going into this round, and I felt like I had a ton of energy, and it doesn't feel like I'm at the end of the season right now. I feel jazzed and ready to go.
All right. And my last question for you, did you happen to see that with the latest UDisc rankings that they have you the #1 player in the world? What are your thoughts on that?
I like it.
All right. You heard it from Eagle. We'll see you tomorrow on the chase card. Congrats on the 6 under.
Thank you. Awesome. Cool. Thanks, Eagle.
And why would you not like it? Eagle McMahon coming in 2 strokes off the lead at 6 under par. A lot of players right in the mix right now. We're going to wrap things up after a very eventful day out here at Maple Hill. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, you're going to be stuck with us for the rest of the week. So a lot more disc golf to talk. Nate, good night. Good night to you. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
PDG Event Support Helpline.
Hey, so I'm setting up the most epic event of all time, and I'm wondering, do I need insurance?
As long as the event's in the US or Canada, insurance is included with your sanctioning agreement.
Okay, awesome, because we're trying this cool new thing where we have an alligator pit on the 18th green. It's gonna be epic.
Insurance or not, I don't think having literal death putts is a good idea.
Okay, I'll consider it. Oh, no, boy, no!
Are you still there? Oh God, are you still there?
With a smooth, clean shave, every day is a clean slate. So who cares if you put all your money in crypto and called your boss an idiot? Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Oh man, I'm down by 2 with 2 holes to go. It's the hole 8 island. I need this birdie. I need this. Should I use my last 2 driving chips? Or should I save them for the final tee shot? Or maybe I'll just use one now. Maybe I need to save one for the next drive.
Time delay, dude. That's a courtesy violation.
That's a stroke. You're down by 3 now, Potty Matt.